Scott from Dicey Decisions, and
There we go.
here we are.
Hey.
After a little technical difficulties. We are missing Jack and Dan this evening. They couldn't be with us, so we decided to do a quick pivot, and we're going to explore a new game system, Candela Obscura, by those folks at Darrington Press, creators from Critical Role. Something I've messed around with a little bit. We've talked about wanting to try out, and today we're going to kind of do a character building walkthrough with Justin, Amanda, and Sean here, and kind of give this game system a little bit of a spin and exploration. So bear with us because we're learning it as we go. I've played a couple of times with a group of mine, but other than that, I haven't played much. And it'll be my first time being the master for the system as well. So we are going to step through. Those of you that don't know what Candela Obscura is, it is a gothic horror RPG set in a similar to Call of Cthulhu world, turn of the century kind of situation where some severe evil magics have pervaded the lands. In the campaign world that they set the book in, it is a made-up place called New Fair is the location, but the game system, as it were, can be set anywhere you want. I think the important thing would be to keep the right feel of time period. You could probably play it modern day, but I think that would be a little different of a field than what their intention is. I think there's something nice about the tie-in to the turn of the century feel, the Call of Cthulhu feel, etc., that kind of makes sense. Given that, we'll worry about world building a little bit later, but kind of understanding the game system a little bit. It is a more narrative-based game system than your typical Dungeons and Dragons game in terms of mechanics and how the mechanics work. It's really a system that really thrives on passing the torch back and forth between the players and the game master and the storytelling aspect. Lots of the few mechanics that there are really lend towards that as far as that goes. So, do you guys have anything you wanted to add before we kick off into looking through this?
No, I don't really know anything about what we're doing, so I don't really have anything to add. I'm here as I'm tabula rasa, as it were, for Candela Obscura.
Right. Nice.
Excuse me.
Nice.
So yeah, we will. I'm really interested in this. I've played Blades in the Dark and a few of the things that kind of stack on top of that, and so I'm interested to see their take on it, kind of. So
yeah, that's exactly what this is. This is an homage, really, to Blades in the Dark in many ways. So there's a lot of similarities as far as that goes.
It's a really fun game. I played in a Shadowrun flavored Blades in the Dark campaign that was really a treat. It was fun to just kind of get away from playing Shadowrun and just kind of telling a story about Shadowrun. Kind of, it was fun. We had a good time.
That's really cool. So going through a little bit, just kind of stepping through how the system works. You've got what's known as drives and actions within those drives, and this is kind of like what you would think of as your character skills and stats and things like that. It's kind of that fills that niche in the character building concept. There are 3 different drives: your nerve, your cunning, and your intuition. And then underneath those drives, you have different actions. Move and strike and control are all considered nerve actions underneath your nerve drive. Then you have under your cunning, you have sway, you have your read, and you have your hide. Um, and then under intuition, you have survey, focus, and sense. Each of those drives uh, will have dice that you can add in your pool and resistances you can use to reroll and things like that. We'll get into that as we go. Um, but they're categorized in that way. And the goal of this is really to be more descriptive and narrative in saying what your action is and then having the game master call for what they feel is the right kind of roll. Or they may give the player a choice of two different roles, to say, oh, that action really sounds like it could be a read or a focus. Take your pick. Which one would you rather roll? And you could play to your character's strengths or resources in that moment to decide which one of those you actually want to roll. The game is played with d6s only. Um, when you're rolling a pool of dice based on your abilities and what you've allocated in them, and any additional bonuses you have or help from other players that you might gain may add to your pool of d6s. When you're rolling these d6s, if you have what's known as a gilded action, you roll a separate d6 that is a colored die of a different color or a different way to recognize that die versus the others. Because if you choose to take the result of the gilded die, it can power different things or possibly give you back your gilded die to reuse again later. But everything's on d6s. A 6 is a full success. So if you roll 3 dice and you get 1 6, that is a full success, and you choose that as your result, that is a full success. If you roll a 4 or a 5, it's known as a mixed success. You get the results you were looking for, but there's a slight cost to it. And then 1, 2, or 3 is a failure. So you may choose to fail a roll to take your gilded die results, to get your gilded die back, or to have that gilded action unlock an ability or things like that. So it puts the choice in the player's hand based on what they roll if they're using a roll with a gilded die. Does that make sense?
Makes sense.
I
Sort
think
of.
so.
So, as an example, if I'm rolling a strike and I have 2 dice in my strike, I would roll 2 normal dice. But if it is considered a gilded action for me, I would still only roll 2 dice, but one of them would be gilded.
Okay.
And then when I roll those 2 dice, if I choose the gilded result, I would potentially pull back resources or gain things and whatnot as we go. So
does the outcome of the gilded die depend on the number that is rolled on the gilded die? For example, if you're rolling those 2d6 on your strike and you choose to fail with like a 2, right? Because it's a 2, do you get like a certain thing versus I choose to succeed on a 4, and on a 4 I get a different like set result? Does that make sense?
So the way
like on a 2, well, I always get I'm rolling my gilded die. It's a 2. Do I know that I'm always going to get the same benefit on a 2? And is that different on a 3 or a 4? Does that make sense? Like, does the benefit of the gilded die
Levels
change
based
on the result of the die?
So the success or failure is what it is and doesn't change whether it's a regular die or a gilded die. However, if you choose the gilded die result, you get to do other things, which is why you might choose to fail.
So I get to pick the benefit from the gilded die rather than it is chosen for me based on the result of the roll.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. What's more likely going to happen? Let's say you're rolling 2 dice and one of them is gilded. You then have, because each of these categories, your nerve, your cunning, and your intuition, you will have a number of drives in those. Those are extra dice that you can add. Choose to burn it. So let's go to the example. You have a gilded action of in your strike, right? And you have 2 in there, and it's gilded. So you would normally be rolling 1 regular die and 1 gilded die. If you choose to burn a nerve die to add a die, now you're rolling 3 dice. You add a regular die to it. So now I'm adding 3 dice. I've added a drive to do that. So now I roll 3 dice, and let's say I get a 6 on a regular die, but a 5 on the gilded. If I choose the 5, which gives me a positive result, but a mixed success, I get to take that drive die back because I used my gilded die as the result. So there's a reason why you would choose the gilded result over the better result, potentially. Now, that's all going to depend on what's known as the stakes of the roll. So like in D&D, when you have an armor class or a DC you're trying to hit when you're making a roll, in Candela, there is just simply stakes. Low stakes rolls, standard stakes rolls, and high stakes rolls. And that all has to do with the severity of what could happen. If you're trying to con a policeman to tell him that you belong where you're trying to get into, that may be a standard stakes roll. However, if you're trying to break into a prison and there's 72 policemen in the prison, there might be a different kind of higher stakes or different things, right? Maximum security prison versus the guard at a museum. 2 different stakes, right? Conning one guy is going to be harder than conning the other. That's an example of setting the different stakes, and that's something the DM will set. And basically, if they ask you for a roll, it's perfectly fair for you to say, are these low stakes, standard, or high, if they don't automatically tell you. This way you know, because you want to know, when should I burn my drive? When should I add dice to the pool to up my chances for a better result?
So does low stakes mean 3 succeeds and then 4 and then 5, or?
No, that never changes.
Just the downside risk is
it's
worse.
Just a consequence of a miss or our mixed success won't result in immediate significant danger on a low stakes. Whereas a standard roll might have immediate danger attached to it, right? So I hit with a mixed success. So I shot this guy with my pistol. I hit him. But now my gun jammed. So you did get the success you wanted, but now your gun is jammed. Right? That's a mixed success. Versus a 6, I hit him, no questions asked, no problem, blah, blah, blah. Right?
So the only absolute success is on a 6.
Correct. That is the only absolute success with no possible downside. Now, the possible downside of a mixed success at low stakes is tiny. It's going to be minuscule. It's going to be something more flavorful and RP related.
Right, it's like you ran around that corner, but maybe you tripped on a pebble and stumbled.
Exactly.
You didn't look cool doing it.
Right. Correct. Exactly. Well, that's a low stakes.
So that's no stakes because I never look cool. Perfect. I love this game.
Right.
You got to slide over the hood of the car and you suddenly remember that this is the 1920s and there aren't cars.
Yeah.
There are cars, but they've got those like peaked like engine bonnets and
they're not really good for sliding across dramatically.
Yeah, you're gonna hit yourself on the giant winged Rolls Royce figure on the front and then like roll off the back and hit the crank.
Right. So some of your actions are going to be gilded based on how you build your character, and some of your actions are not. So only actions that are gilded for you are ones that you would have to worry about rolling a different color die for, the gilded die, right? And then, but using drives, you can use drives on any. Oh, that is,
you sound so mad.
That is an angry cat.
He's starved. He's never been fed before in his life. He'd like you to know. Certainly not right before I jumped on stream, so he wouldn't yell at me while I was out there.
It's not enough, human.
Right. Also, something to know: if you roll multiple sixes, it's known as a critical success. So not only do you get what you want, and you'll get something extra from the DM.
Cool.
Ooh,
So
I like a little something extra.
Let's say you shot some guy and you got 2 sixes. That's a critical success. So maybe that is a fatal wound instead of just slowing him down or hurting him some. Maybe that was the headshot you wanted and you put him down. Right?
Okay. I can dig it.
So that's...
And what determines how many dice you get?
So how many ranks you have in any given skill, plus how many dice you might add from your drive pool, plus how many dice you might get from friends using their drive pool to help your action. So when you're trying to do something, you might be like, so I'm going to try to, seduce this bartender into letting into taking their full attention so my friend can slip in the back. Well, then your friend could say, I'm going to add a die. I'm going to give a drive because I'm going to use my ability to stealthily hide in addition to this person trying to gain their attention.
Okay.
So then I would say, I'll allow that. You give them one of your drive dice. So Sean, let's say Sean was doing that, and Justin, you were the one making the action. Sean would say, I'm going to use one of my, I would like to use one of my drive dice and give it to Justin for this roll because I'm going to do this. He would mark off a use of that drive die, and you would get to add a die to your pool.
Okay.
Roll.
So, just taking it to the next logical step.
Uh-huh.
If I then had a gilded die on that,
Uh-huh.
does he get the drive back, or do I get it back?
That is a really good question. That is a good question.
I'm gonna guess that it's the person making the action
The person who's...
that would get the die back, but it could be both of us. They might be nice.
If after you make the roll, you choose the result of the gilded die, you can refresh a point in the drive that encompasses that action. For example, if you take the gilded result on a survey roll, you can earn back 1 point in your intuition, right? Which is your
Okay, so
drive
you
for
get
that.
it because you're the one making the roll.
Correct.
Now, and it doesn't matter if you have 1 die or 800 dice. You're looking for one success.
Correct.
One result.
The only thing that
Or
gives you
two.
more than that is 2 sixes.
Or 2 to critical.
Right.
Yeah.
That's it. Doesn't matter. But there is one rule, the rule of 6. No matter how much help you get, there can never be more than 6 dice rolled on one roll.
Oh. Okay.
Okay.
So,
Yahtzee. No, Yahtzee's 5.
Okay, I see the logic there.
so
Because you have a 1 in 6 chance to get a 6. So, statistically, one of those dice should be 6.
now, here's the next thing about rolling. If you have an action rating of 0, you don't have any points in a skill, and I need you to make that roll because of what you're choosing to try to do or what has occurred in the room. You roll 2 dice and you take the lower.
Oh, okay. So you roll at disadvantage. basically.
Right. So your likelihood of failure is pretty high at something you have no points in.
Which, I mean, that's fair. Like, I probably would be really bad at, like, translating Kurdish. Like, I have a very high chance of failure at trying to do that.
I'd have a bad chance of understanding
100%. I would not be able to do
that Kurdish was a language. So,
What is Kurdish?
The language of the Kurds?
Is this cheese language?
They live in northern Iraq and southern Turkey and Syria area. Kurdish.
The Kurdish people, they're like the whole reason that the whole Saddam Hussein thing happened.
I've never... Nope.
I guess it was Sean and Mai's, like, that was our lifetime. Scott's too old and Amanda's too young. There's a very narrow window where Operation Desert Storm happened.
Well, the second one too, right? Because my little brother spent some time, in Northern Rock as well. So.
Mm-hmm.
Today, hello, cat. Oh, look at
Cat.
Nice. Listen, Cat, you can't be doing that for free.
No, this is not only cats. Come on, guys.
Yeah, I'm saying. You can make
This is not Amanda's. This is not Amanda's TikTok. I can't. There's no cat farts on
Listen,
this channel.
You won't make any money off of my TikTok. Disqualified, apparently. Shocking, and it was shocking content. Apparently.
Oh.
Okay, so
there's some people out there that have no idea that dogs pass gas. Apparently.
I mean, girls don't.
Right.
But he's a boy.
He's a boy dog.
Luna never farts.
Yeah.
Let's take a step back from rolling dice.
Yeah.
Who are the organization?
Right. So the concept behind what they've set forth in their world, in their setting, is you are a member of Candela Obscura. You are a group of private investigator types, people who come from all different walks of life, but have brushed somewhere in their past with the occult. And you have been drawn into this society that is hoping to contain the power of evil across the land. That's the basic gist of it.
What if I'm into evil?
What's that?
What if I like evil? What if I don't want to contain it? What if I'd rather?
I mean, I think that would be something between, like, campaign setup wise, where you'd have to try to play a foil of some kind. And, the tricky part of that with any group is always like, is everybody cool with that? Because this person, this person's going to do some things that aren't quite, aren't
very nice.
Now,
I mean, it looks like there are roles and specialties that kind of lean towards that, like mediums and occultists.
Absolutely. Like, you could be so curious about the occult that overweighs your desire to stop it. But as an organization, Candela is trying to stop it.
Understood.
You know what I'm saying? So I think that's more the flavor of it, as it were. Much like the caveat I gave you guys with our Finding Purchase campaign was, you're all clasp agents. You tell me how you got there. My only requirement is that you're all clasp agents. And you all came at it very differently from different paths. So the same kind of thing happens here. The big gist of the setting is that this area, the city of New Fair that you all are living in or around, is built on top of a pre-existing city called Old Fair. And Old Fair is where underneath the city there's all this horrible stuff, right? And it's trying to get out. And the people here living here now, majority of the people are blissfully unaware.
Okay, so there's that kind of a thing where you would sort of be a raving lunatic if you started talking about the weird horrors that are coming from below the city and stuff like that.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Unless you're talking to someone who's just witnessed that.
Understood.
Right.
Got it. So extremely Call of Cthulhu, or even kind of White Wolf, in that there's kind of a veil between you and normal society.
And also, there are other competing organizations.
Sure, of course. Right. But why wouldn't there be?
Right.
Right.
Logistically, when you say New Fair is on top of Old Fair, do you mean physically locale, bottom top, or do you mean like over top, like overlaid?
Possibly both.
Okay.
But definitely the one. Definitely the geographic one.
Okay,
But that
so
doesn't mean to
tunnels
say
underneath.
that there isn't Old Fair influence in the building next door.
Okay. But primarily it's what it's considering is like it's a under city. It's the
Right.
Underdark.
Correct.
It's
You go down into the sewers,
it's
and the
Roman
sewers open
ruins.
up, and you're in a giant temple of old,
Okay.
kind of thing. So the big thing about this is that there's the concept of, as far as how they portray the supernatural world. There's magic. The average person knows nothing about magic. Even stage magicians, people just think it's clever tricks or manipulation of actual science and whatnot. And sometimes that's exactly what it is. Right?
Fucking
Sleight of
slugs.
hand, just sleight of hand. It's not
Isn't that what it is in
actual
real life?
magic. Right. Well, maybe. It depends on what you believe. But in this world, magic is real and it's dangerous, right? There is real magic in this world. Now, it's been corrupted, and that's the influence of what they call bleed. Bleed is the destructive influence that emanates from magic itself, right? So there is destructive influence, right? And there's a barrier between worlds known as the flare, right? It prevents the flow of magic from that old realm into the new. That's why I was like, well, sort of both, Justin, because a break in that barrier, a break in the flare can happen anywhere, right? So typically characters are members of Candela Obscura, and they are investigating some sort of phenomenon that the organization has been made aware of. Now, what's really kind of cool, and I think is one of the great things about this game, is it's meant to be. It can be as long as you want campaign-wise, but what's really happens over the course of play with the character is they actually kind of become untenable to be agents because they are too corrupted over time. Once you've taken enough of different types of damage over your career, you become more susceptible to it. And as the organization, what they do is they make you an elder and they shove you in a library and you say, you now do research for us and you send other people on missions. Right?
They take you to the farm in upstate New York.
Correct.
I was just going to say the library is just our goblin farm.
It's just a goblin farm.
Pies.
Absolutely, right? Those are known as light keepers, is what they call them in the organization. And oftentimes the players get their mission from a light keeper, so it's someone who's been around the block, kind of thing. So depending on how much damage you take, and we'll talk about the damage system for the characters throughout your career, you may be forced into retirement early because they don't want to keep sending you out against all this dangerous stuff if you're going to get consumed by it. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of how that works. But just like any other fantasy game, there's locations that may be affected by this. There's spiritual beings that could come about by this. There's powerful magical artifacts you might come across. There's practitioners of alchemy that do strange things and experimentation and all sorts of stuff like that. So there's lots of different things you might come across that are attached to this whole concept of magic.
Well, let's kick the tires on this thing, shall we?
So there's 5 roles.
So two more things I want to talk about just because I think it matters before you jump into the character building is how equipment works and how marks and scars work, which is the damage, right? So, equipment. This is real simple. You don't write up an equipment list of what you have. It comes about narratively while we're playing. Everybody has 3 equipment slots per mission. Now, a mission may be multiple sessions of gameplay depending on your style of play or whatnot, but you've got 3 slots. So when you turn around and say, when I say the zombie reaches for your throat, and what do? You can turn
I pull
around
out the shotgun that I packed earlier.
Exactly. And now you mark off one of your 3 items and you have a shotgun. So it becomes situational. Your equipment can become situational. There are some gear items that they discuss in the book that are common things. Obviously, pistols and guns and things like that are very common in this era. But things like bleed detectors, we'll get into that, being able to detect magic, and bleed containment devices and things like that. Those are all items that you can choose to have as one of your 3 when you say so, that are kind of specific to the game.
But you don't have to pre-disclose what you brought with you.
No.
That's lovely.
I don't know. You can tell me in the moment, and then boom, when you need it, you have it. Right?
Do some kinds of equipment cost more slots if they're rare? Nope. So, like, if I'm trying to get, like, a fancy bleed whatever-de-who, it's, like, the same as getting, a rope or needing a grappling hook kind of a thing?
Well, this kind of comes into the narrative nature of the game, right? Like,
sure.
If you're a new agent, do you have access
to the
big, giant bleed detector?
Sure.
That can detect bleed for 2
I
miles?
I pulled the mech out of my pocket that I made.
Right. Right.
So be realistic, but the world's your oyster.
But in the sense of what makes sense narratively for your character's background and story and all of those kind of things, what might you have? I played in a game where I was playing a doctor. So one of the first things I had was we were trying to capture something from this person who had stolen this artifact. And I'm like, I reach into my medical pouch and I'm sure I have some ether in there. And I put it in a handkerchief and, tried to snuff them out. Right?
Dr. Cosby.
Right. So,
I like that took like a second for it to sink in with people.
Yeah. I think that was the video delay.
That was my childhood dying again. That was my childhood re-dying. So that's kind of how gear works. It's meant to be a little fast and loose. It's meant to be this and that. I've also seen situations in the game that I got to play in where the DM was like, you've used these 3. We've gone through the mission. I'm allowing you to keep one of those 3 and still have 3 new slots. Because it kind of made sense to your character that you had that item or whatever. And that's that's kind of a flavor thing, right? The point of it is it's meant to be narrative and not meant to be the minutia of how many gold did I spend on that? How many coins did I...
How many crossbow bolts did you say you had?
Right.
We count ammunition? Oh my god.
So
come on, rations? Are you
right?
Rations are my least favorite thing in any tabletop game.
That's why I don't play. That's why I don't play like survival games, like on like, you know what I mean. Like, I'm sorry, I don't want to starve to death in my video game. Like,
I love survival games, just not in my TTRPGs.
So, the damage system. Understanding that marks and scars. Marks represent the harm that you incurred during your investigations. There are 3 types of marks you might take. Body, obvious physical harm. Brain, mental strain. Bleed, magical corruption. Those are the ways that you can be damaged during the things. So, did you get cut by a knife? That's a body. Did you have an intense conversation that was really difficult to wrap your head around the concepts being discussed? That's a brain. Right? The chilling touch of a ghost or bad energy coming off an artifact. That's a bleed. You can sustain 3 marks in each of those categories. Whenever you would take a mark in a category that already has 3, you go incapacitated and you take your 4th mark as what's known as a scar.
Okay, how do we uncapacitate?
How do we unmark?
That's all going to come into different powers within the classes and things like that.
Okay.
Right? So some gear may have the ability to allow you to soak a mark. Right? Like a bleed containment device might be able to use your... So if I'm about to give you a bleed because you're in the proximity of an artifact, you can be like, I pull out my bleed containment device and suck that bleed into this magical egg that I've been carrying around. Cool. You know, that kind of thing.
Okay, and just to kind of get back to the mechanics of it really quick before we sort of go off into the flavor of it a little bit. When I have 3 marks, right, and the 4th mark is a scar, it's not, when I take the scar, it doesn't reset my marks, right? So like every time if I take more damage in that category, I'm going to keep taking scars.
Once you take a scar, you go incapacitated and you're not.
Okay, so it doesn't matter. Okay, so they can't pile it on more.
Right.
Okay.
So
just making
a scar represents a permanent change to your character, both mechanically and narratively. When you take a scar, you would erase all marks in that category, and then come up with a scar that best reflects the lasting effect of that damage. So you get to decide how that scar manifests on you, right? The lasting effect on the damage, you would write what that is in your scar slot on your character sheet, and then you will shift a point from one action rating to another to reflect how the scar changes the way your character interacts with the world. So let's say whatever it did now scared the piss out of you, you have 1 less rank in move because you're timid. But you gain 1 more rank in maybe what's one of the intuition ones? Sense. Because you're now more mentally aware.
Makes sense.
So your character is constantly evolving as you take these damages, which I think is one of the really exciting things about this game, because unlike most RPGs, you just refill your hit points and nobody ever talks about lasting damage.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
I like that you're as you're leveling up or whatever, I'm assuming you're gaining stuff in categories, but I like also that your character sort of reflects how life has treated them, for lack of a better way to describe it, right? Like, I'm sure that, my stats moved around a little bit after the pandemic. You know what I mean? For example, like, it's just like things change you. So
if you take enough marks to go down and take a scar and you go incapacitated, you return to play when someone in your circle, which is what they call a group of adventurers, when your circle is able to get you somewhere safe. So yes, there can be TPKs if everybody goes down.
Great.
Right.
Make friends with your local hospital.
Right. It does say if your character should take any marks beyond the 4th in the category, those marks are carried over. So let's say the damage I do to you that drops you, you've already had 3.
And you do like
body,
4.
and I do 2 body to you. You then take a scar and an extra body. So when you come back up, you will have 1 body mark still.
Damn.
Mm-hmm.
Towards your next batch.
I can just imagine something like hurting you so badly that you wake up and immediately become incapacitated.
I imagine you just die at that point. Just stay dead.
Right.
or crazy.
So understand. Just wants you to understand that the damage system, because some things might depict how you choose to, what kind of characters you want to try to play, and how damage works, and those kind of things. Before going into that, so. All right. So, moving into making of characters. So the first step is to choose a role and specialty. So there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 roles: the face, the muscle, the scholar, the slink, and the weird. Those are the 5 different roles that you can be from, and within those roles, there are two different specialties. So the one I always like to use as an example is the slink, because these are 2 very obvious stereotypes within that kind of a overheading arc. Is your criminal or your detective. Right? They're both two sides of the same kind of coin, but one's more about investigation and finding things out, and the other one's more about not being found out and being able to sneak away and do nefarious things.
I like that scholar is a medical doctor or a PhD.
Right. Right. Yes, you have a doctor or a professor. Those are the 2 categories within scholar. Within muscle, you have an explorer or soldier. Within face, you have a journalist or a magician. Right, so you have 2 different kind of faces there: the charlatan or the person who's really good at gathering information, the journalist. And then the weird is medium, you're adept with psychic information, or occultist, you're highly studied practitioner of the mystic arts. Now, there's nothing saying you have to have all the roles filled. This game can be played with, like we have 3 people here tonight. You're obviously not going to have all 5 roles filled. And there's nothing to be said that you couldn't have 2 people in the same category, or even with the same, subcategory, with the same specialty, because there's still ways within that to slightly differentiate your characters.
Yeah, because you only get one ability of your role and one ability of your specialty.
Right. You get one of each of those at the start, and then you would gain those at level ups, basically.
I'm thinking occultist. I think I'm going to be weird. The slink was the other one I was interested in. I kind of like detective, but I think I'm going to go occultist.
I'm leaning towards magician or could go either way.
Magician or detective? That's cool.
Occultist for me.
I basically don't want to be a muscle.
So I am between either. My original thought was just to be the BDF, Big Dumb Fighter, soldier. But as I looked more and more into it, I'm between either a professor or a journalist with the same kind of concept behind it. Just one would be more intellectual and one would be more tabloidy. We're talking a cryptozoologist.
Neat.
So like the professor would be like actually doing autopsies on pieces they've found throughout their lifetime, and then that's when Candela Obscura goes, "Hey, all that stuff you've been doing, yeah, you need to stop and you need to do it for us."
Right. Right.
Or in the journalist way, it's publishing, crazy conspiracy theories and talking about, getting on the news radio and talking about the strange things. Was it a bear or was it a werewolf? That kind of stuff.
Only if you do it in the voice of the Courage the Cowardly Dog.
Nice.
I think I'm going to go with the professor.
Okay.
Oh, I gotta make a choice. Do you know me? Do you know how hard making choices are?
Scholar ability, I'm going to be an occult researcher. That works really well. So, occult researcher says, I take one brain mark to ask the GM for an important occult detail that you would recognize from your studies, but has not yet been revealed in the scene. And if there are no revelations, you clear that brain mark. So basically, I sit there and think really hard about what I'm seeing, and I ask the GM, what are we missing?
Yeah.
That's really cool.
You think so hard you hurt yourself.
Yes.
I do that all the time.
Yes. I mean that's one of I love the flavor of the brain marks and scars are something that I think is really great about this game that isn't taken into account because like adventuring is hard. Like it should be like doing this kind of stuff should be taxing in many ways and mental exhaustion is real. So I love that's accounted for in this game system.
All right, Amanda and Sean.
Yes.
I need your help picking between two things. And it's my professor ability. Following this whole cryptozoologist, really into finding these animals and, believes in Bigfoot, probably went to Everest to search for Bigfoot, that kind of thing. So either it's learn from my mistakes, which is anytime you get a result of 3 or less on a roll, describe what lesson you learned from your failure and refresh one drive point. Or chemical concoction. You know how to mix chemicals together to achieve particular effects. When you take laboratory equipment as gear, you may spend a few minutes concocting a mixture that is either acidic, explosive, flammable, loud, sleep-inducing, sticky, or toxic. And that would be the whole like autopsy thing, like knowing the olfactory parts of a skunk combined with this is flammable. I'm leaning towards learn from mistakes, but what do you guys think?
I have no thoughts. I think either would be good. I'm still grasping.
I want to hear you describe all of the ways that you fail. So I think learn from your mistakes would be great. I'd love that if you just wallow in your shame, sir.
Great, I'm building me.
Yeah. And me, really, honestly, for being real here for a second. So I'm trying to debate, right? So the occultist is kind of the sort of, for lack of a better term, the fucking weirdo, right? Like even more so than the magician, who's more of like a charlatan and a con artist, right? Or the occultist actually does weird ritual stuff, right? Like can take bleed damage and corrupt you to like do magic and things like that. So I'm thinking like maybe like an Aleister Crowley kind of a guy. Like, do you know what I mean? Like kind of cons high society, like Arthur Conan Doyle with his seances and stuff like. Do you know what I mean? Like that kind of thing. So that's kind of the idea of who I'm going for is Aleister Crowley. If Aleister Crowley actually could really do some weird shit. So I'm thinking that I'm either going to take. So the thing that I'm trying to take is a weird ability has a ritual, and occultist ability has like a great ritual. And so they're at varying degrees of whatever. So, and I don't want to do both. Like, I don't want to only have rituals, right? Like, I don't want to only do magic. So I'm thinking the minor one, I take a bleed mark to either give somebody like a circle of protection to soak a body wound, reinvigorate you to refresh resistance, or like do a remote viewing kind of a thing, so like scry on something else. versus the occultist one is basically a highly complex and extreme. It's like this is like the extreme version of it, right? I can basically change the environment, conjure a phenomenon, or save somebody that's dying. Like, so it's basically kind of like do some small stuff that's useful all the time, or perform a fucking miracle every now and again. And so I'm not sure which one would be more fun and kind of on brand.
So let me. You mentioned something in there about resistances and the way resistances work. So you will have resistances for every 3 drive points that you have in one given category. You also get a resistance in that drive. The way resistances work is if you fail a roll, you can choose to re-roll by spending a resistance. Now, if that's the case, you cannot use, you re-roll the base roll. So if somebody helped you, you don't get their die again. If you burned a drive, you don't get your drive die again. You get to just roll the base roll for that skill again. But that's what a resistance lets you do, is gives you re-rolls. And there's a finite number of resistances you will have in each category based on your drives. And just because mechanics are bringing up things like resistances, I wanted to say what they were out loud. So in addition, you guys are doing your abilities, but before, or in the book anyway, before those abilities pop up, and you should be looking at those, you actually place all your action ratings based on the different actions, based on your class and subclass, but also you will also then determine those drives and resistances, and then your gilded actions. All of those kind of are formulaic, but you get some choice within as you go. I know the 3 of you are using Demiplane, which is their online character creation guideline as you guys are stepping through this. So some of your choices may be auto-populating those choices for you, the ones that you don't get to pick, but then there are ones that you will get to pick. So as an example, just looking at like your action ratings, and Justin, you said you were doing the Professor Scholar. So that would come off as you would have 1 rank in Sway, 2 ranks in Survey, and 2 ranks in Focus to start. Then any rank, any rating with a 0, you get to bump it up to, any 1 rating with 0, you get to bump it up to 1 for free. And then you get 3 more points that you can place, but you can't raise anything above 2 during character creation.
I just realized that the Forbidden Ritual is an immediate scar.
Is that the big one that does the miracle? Yeah. I mean, that makes sense.
Maybe we'll hold off on that.
I'm going to perform a miracle, and I'm going to get even more fucked up.
Yeah. It's a bleed scar, too, so it's an immediate,
Yeah.
So maybe we'll do something a little different to begin with. Maybe we'll do something a little milder to start.
Oh, gee.
What are you thinking, Amanda?
Okay, I've picked.
I'm thinking of the jester from The Hunchback of Notre Dame. Like, kind of just like your typical, like, showy, fake performance jester for, like, a king type of deal.
Is that Frollo?
No, Frollo's the bad guy.
Oh, you're right. The hell's the...
Clopin Trulifo.
Yes.
I would never have pulled that name out. Glad you looked it up.
I googled it.
Yep.
So that's kind of what I'm thinking. Like, truly just like a very showy, goofy little guy. I'm kind of between misdirection, which so when you use your words or action to distract a target from what is actually happening, make a hide roll. The first cunning you or an ally spends on the roll is worth plus 2d instead of plus 1d.
Okay.
Or I like flourish as well, so you know how to cover your mistakes with flair. On a roll where you could spend cunning, if you fail or get a mixed success, you may spend 2 cunning to push the result up 1 tier, from a miss to a mixed success or a mixed success to full success. So basically being like, I meant for that to happen, and do it again, basically. That's kind of what I'm thinking for that. I can't be a criminal in both our main game and game.
Nice.
It's your heart. Your soul is a criminal.
Well, I mean, the good thing
Which
about
is
this too
so
is
funny.
that this is like session 0 and a little bit informal. So if when the rubber meets the road, we're not like super happy with how it ends up, we can take another crack at it before we start a campaign. You know what I mean?
Absolutely, absolutely. And one of the really cool things I like about this system is it's really inherent in the system to build. You know, what they do is Candela as an organization forms circles of agents and sets them off on a mission. And once that circle has fulfilled its mission, it can choose to try to stick together, but it can also disband or partially disband or whatever. So it's one of those kind of campaigns that I could easily see if we were to run a longer term campaign of this, where people are playing a character and then choose for this circle, this next mission, to play a different character and have their other character go off with another circle, for a period of time and then mix it up. I think it's kind of cool that way, in the sense that you might have someone who's taken enough damage that they need to retire and those kind of things, so it can be more of like a rotating cast of characters and really allow the players to explore different options within the game too.
And suddenly, your character is the Lightkeeper giving out the mission.
Right. Please hand over your character sheet.
Okay. Here's my other option. Also in the face roll. Instead of kind of a play on journalist, being like not like a town crier, but like the what are they? Those kids you would see in like old timey things like
Newsies.
A newsie?
Yeah.
Extra, read all about it. Get some Pepsi.
Are you trying to be a street preacher?
I think it would be so honestly, fun to be a newsie.
Those like shoeshine boys or whatever too. They were like super like clever and like, that's like 100% perfect for the charismatic like face, right? Like the shoeshine boy or newsie is awesome.
I think it'd be really fun to be like a little newsie. Like, extra, read all about it. Occult here in town.
That's cool.
I think that would be really fun. And then I would take press as my ability. So you can spend 1 cunning to gather a large group of people together to make an announcement, ask questions, or stage distractions. All cunning rolls you make at this assembly take +1.
And that's for what ability?
Journalist press conference. So basically just make like a big commotion in the center of town, gather a bunch of people up if you want to make a distraction or
right,
stuff of that nature.
It's kind of cool.
Add a relationship for each character in the group.
I'm having a really hard time deciding on my action points if I want more in control or if I want more in read. So I'm trying to decide if I want to be more cunning and clever or if I want to be a little bit more action oriented.
And remember, like the ones that you choose as your, where you put your drives, and your character starts with a gilded die and one action to determine your specialty. This is filled in with a diamond to the left of your character sheet.
Mine is focus.
Right.
So intuition is my gilded.
And remember that your gilded action is where you'll be able to pull drives back from. So you want your gilded action to be something that you're going to be apt to try to do often.
Yeah, I have survey and focus.
I haven't picked my second gilded action yet.
I'm trying to figure out
I think I'm gonna pick sway as my second gilded action. Like I said, I want to be that guru kind of weirdo.
Right. I like that the class gives you one that fits the class, and then you could pick any other you want to be your gilded action.
Yeah, I'm kind of going all in on intuition, and I'm starting to think I need to not do that.
Well, here, I was just about to say that because your drives are broken into categories, having gilded actions in separate categories are potentially wise depending on where your drives landed. Because you can only earn back drives for that action.
So far, all of my drives are in intuition, but I haven't picked the rest of them yet. So,
right,
I put 3 in each. I'm at 3, 3, and 3.
And that's a very smart way to do it, to be able to give yourself a die everywhere, but realizing if you don't have gildeds in those,
I'll never be able to get the cunning ones back.
You don't get them back until a reset.
Okay.
I made that mistake with my character, and I played online. I had a hard time getting my drives back.
Figure it out.
It's neat that you have the collaborative create your circle part.
Yeah, that's the next phase. Once everybody's done with this, you actually talk about how you guys have formed your circle and how you've gotten together and relationships and met. Well, your relationships that which then inform your circle, and your circle gets a power as well that you all collaboratively decide on.
Pinterest is wild for character art. I typed in Paperboy, did not get what I was anticipating.
A boy made a paper?
Nope. Sure wasn't.
My God, it's born.
Bless you.
Excuse me.
One's enough.
I don't have any drive. I don't have any drive and nerve. I wanted to kind of like distribute them in groups of 3, but I'm thinking maybe I can't do that.
You're saying mechanically you can't do that?
No, and I'm saying, and mechanically I can do whatever I want.
Right.
I could do that, but no. In terms of getting a decent number of drives in each place.
Yeah, and you can't put more than 6 in any one drive at character creation.
Yeah, I started with like 6 in intuition and 3 in cunning, and I don't know if that's gonna do it.
Well, doing that gives you a resistance in cunning.
And 2 in intuition.
And 2 resistances in intuition. So that's not bad. It just means that your What's
Nerve is not good.
Nerve is going to be what you're not great at. You know, at least for now. You know, remember all these things shift around and change.
Yeah, and we're just fiddle farting around too a little bit. So I probably won't get too precious about it. Let's do that. I'm gonna do. No, actually, you know what? I'm gonna be. No.
I'm gonna be. No.
And I'm gonna pick my other gilded action.
While you're thinking about this, I'm going to talk a little bit more about like what happens down the line when you level up and things, because that also might affect where you place things now based on what happens later. So as you take on assignments, your characters become more capable and skilled, and the circle itself can become more powerful and influential. These advancements are tracked both individually and as a group. So illumination keys are narrative objectives that each specialty is trying to achieve by the end of an assignment. These keys contribute to the circle's illumination track, which is responsible for activating circle and character advancement. You can fulfill these keys as you'd like in any session, but you also need to accomplish one to contribute to the illumination track.
My key.
Which one? The
consult arcane text, collect oddities, or act bizarre.
Right. Right.
I'm so excited to just act bizarre.
Why is that so blurry?
Oh, what happened to you?
He was trying to show his character sheet.
Oh, there it is. Nice. Yeah.
So this is the character sheet that we're talking about. This is nerve, cunning, intuition. You can see that I put 3, 3, and 3 because I don't know the system, so I'm being as safe as possible. I did put my other gilded action here in control because I took one in control for drive, shoot, finesse. I figured you got to be good at something, and I didn't want to put everything in intuition.
Mm-hmm.
Here's where Scott was talking about gear. It gives you some examples.
Right.
Bleed detector, hand weapon, blood containment vial, research materials, laboratory equipment, small mundane invention. Here we can make relationships with each other, which is kind of neat. I could be Sean's bully, or his muse.
Or
Amanda's rival.
Muse.
Por qué no les dos?
Did you say you were going to be my rival?
Yes.
My poor child rival? You're going to be a full-ass adult?
A full-ass professor walking
Fuck
through.
That newsy. Yeah, just like walking down the street. You've scammed me out of my last nickel, newsy.
You rapscallion, shove.
That fucker stole my thesis and printed it on his paper.
Is it backwards, or am I just seeing it backwards?
It looks right to me, I think.
Okay, so it's just it looks backwards to me.
So small, I don't think it matters. I cannot read not a single thing that's on that page from the stream.
But graphically, we understand it now.
Yeah. There you go.
That's a little better.
Now we can. That's better.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So as you make advancements, your personal illumination keys pop in based on your class and subclass, but then there's also things that the circle did. Like, did you bring back something for Candela to study or protect? Did you reduce a source of bleed somehow? Did you provide support or comfort by someone else who was affected by this phenomenon you were investigating? So all of these things earn you points that you fill an illumination key out, and once the illumination track is filled, the circle advances the following ways. You clear the illumination track, you choose a new circle ability, which we're about to choose their first circle ability, and then each player can choose 2 different options for their character. You can either add an action point, add 2 drive points, take a new ability from your role or specialty, or guild an additional action. And you get to choose 2 of those when you advance. So you're not locked into the gilded actions you have now forever being your only gilded actions, as an example. If you want
to fill out our circle sheet now, or
yeah, that would be the next thing to do. Obviously, I mean, if the thing about like relationships to each other, that's primarily RP related, so you guys can build some connectivity. I like doing that. I did that with us. I built that mechanic inherently when finding purchase and forced you guys into having connections with at least 2 other members. And a lot of systems now, I'm finding it's this way in Candela, where they really spend a lot of time and resources in their book suggesting those things be part of character creation. I know it's also a major part of the creation of Daggerheart, their new fantasy RPG system that they just released as well.
Oh, these are fun.
Which ones?
The some of the abilities for journalist. I feel
the gear that's on here, if I select like a bleed detector, for example, are these just on the character sheet? Are these just options?
Those are, absolutely. So you don't have to choose them now.
So I can pick something that isn't occult supplies. I can pick something mundane and just mark off a gear or something like.
Right.
Oh, add custom. Okay, got it. Yes.
Yes.
Perfect. All right. Thank you.
So if you want a shovel, you have a shovel. Right.
Yeah.
But you say at that moment,
add custom. I have, and then just add custom. I have shovel.
And I shovel well.
Right.
Got it.
What is the time period?
It's meant to be similar to turn of the century in our world. The invention of electricity is new and up and coming.
Okay, so a newsie is totally like
100%.
Yeah.
100%.
plausible. Fantastic.
100%. As a matter of fact, Ashley Johnson's character in the first season of Candela Obscura that they did was exactly that.
Oh.
I mean, not exact. I don't know what class or whatever she was, but she was a young street urchin kind of news. She sold newspapers on the street.
That's hilarious.
It's so funny you said, because when you said that, I'm like, that's what Ashley played. I don't know that she played a journalist. She might have been playing a slink criminal or something like, but she just role played that's what they were.
I think I'm done. Other than the circle stuff, I think I've got it.
Nice.
Cool. I chose the minor ritual, and then I also chose Ghost Blade.
Ghost Blade is cool.
It was cool, I thought.
And anybody wondering what application I'm currently on? This is Demiplane. It hosts game rules for multiple systems and character creators. It's really cool.
It is extremely intuitive. I did not have any. I thought I was going to have a lot more trouble than I did putting this together.
Yeah,
I feel like
it's really good, and you can even roll on here, I believe. So you don't actually have to have physical.
It has a place, like if you go to the character sheet, there's a little thing you can click on that lets you build a dice pool. And... So I didn't fill out anything about the circle. That's like the last part of my character sheet that I didn't make any changes to. And I just had an ice cream sundae delivered because I'm a spoiled bitch. So I'll be right back.
And you didn't get me one, you fucker.
Nice.
I want an ice cream sundae.
Yeah, that sounds super exciting.
Ooh, which one do I want to pick? Oh, kind of like both. I think Sweet Talk would fit more for... You know how to work the room. After you make small talk with someone, you may add plus 1d on any greed roll. Make in which they are the target. If your current cunning resistance is 2 or higher, that die is...
That's pretty good.
I think that would be pretty easy for me to do.
So, Scott.
Yes.
Just spitballing, looking at my little thing here. Let's say I am trying to control a boat that is out of control. So I'm using the control drive. My dice pool would be 1 because I have 1 here, right?
Correct. But you would roll a gilded die because it is a gilded action.
So I just automatically get both? Or do I just get 1 gilded?
You would get 1 gilded.
Okay, so I don't get the standard, I get the gilded.
Right.
And then if I chose to spend a drive, I could add a drive.
Right.
Which would then just be a standard die.
Correct.
Right. So then I roll this, I got a 6, which is extreme success, and it's a gilded die, so
you would get your drive back.
Yeah. But I didn't spend the drive, but if I had spent the drive,
or if you spent drive at a different time, you would get it back. Like if you spent drive on a different roll earlier. 20 minutes ago.
Right.
So same scenario, only this time I'm using survey, which is not gilded, but I have 2, so I get 2 standard die.
Correct.
And I say I'm going to use a drive on this, so I add a 3rd die.
Correct.
Roll. My results are a 4, 5, and 6. I would obviously want to take the 6.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. 100%. That is exactly the way the game is. Now,
but in this instance, I spent a drive, so
it's now reduced.
It's gone.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Until you possibly roll and accept a gilded result in one of the categories underneath it.
Okay. So in that case, it would have to be a focus roll that
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Okay. Cool.
So what that means is there's going to be you guys playing to your strengths, right? You're going to want to be rolling those dice that give you those drives back, so that you feel freer to spend them. So to play your character, you're going to be looking to do things that play to your strengths. But that doesn't mean every scenario is going to play to your strengths. So you might have to make a strike roll, because you have to make a strike roll, right?
Okay.
Because you have to break out from something, right?
So house is on fire. We're trying to break out. I'm trying to break the door down.
Right.
I have no dice. So in this instance, I would roll 2 dice and take the worst.
Unless you spend a drive. If you spend a drive, you now roll 1 die.
Just 1.
And don't take the worst, you take it. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Now you can spend multiple drive.
if we really, really need to succeed.
Absolutely.
You can also click if you're on your character sheet, you can just click the circle on the action, and it'll roll that die. Boop.
And it'll tell you control.
And it automatically is gilded.
Right.
Ooh.
Okay.
So
okay.
funny.
Okay.
My poor child newspaper boy. No nerve. Absolutely none.
None.
I have
They
very
can
little
move.
nerve.
Yeah,
I have very little nerve as well.
we're not a tough group.
And that's fine, and it's kind of on the DM to also not put you guys in situations that they wouldn't send you on, right? I mean, that doesn't mean to say you won't be asked to make some nerve rolls.
Yeah, it's not like a dog might not chase us and bite us.
Right.
Like,
Right. So real quick, looking at the circle stuff and the relationship stuff, it feels to me like the relationship stuff is what you guys want to make of it between how you're related to each other. There's no massive mechanic to it. It's just about building connection. So you guys can spend as much or as little time on that as you guys wish for this purpose. Obviously, if we were running this as a campaign, I might be more inclined to dive deeper with you all and make sure those connections exist for RP purposes. But
So
the circle forming is, basically saying, why did you get together? How did you get together? What's your shared history within the organization, if there is one? And then you have to come up with a name for your circle. The name should in some way define your group. Perhaps it refers to a purpose or your approach to investigations or your scope within the organization, or maybe your preferred areas of town you would be more inclined to explore, or things like that. The book gives several examples of them and different things of that kind of thing. And then, you think about like the places. The next thing you would also pick is like, where's your chapter house? Where do you guys all meet up and talk? The hidden location of your organization. Is it, a specific level of the local library? Is it a tavern? Is it is it that kind of thing? And it's just kind of some world building that goes on there for you guys. And again, we can spend as much or as little time on that as we want. And then based on your circle and those kind of things, then you choose your circle abilities. So this is abilities your group can utilize during an assignment. During circle creation, you select one ability and you'll select another one anytime you advance. So there's 6 circle abilities. Stamina training, nobody left behind, in this together, interdisciplinary, resource management, one last run. And those are the titles as far as they go. Are you guys able to see those?
They're currently on my camera.
Perfect. So you guys can discuss real quick while I refill a quick drink here. Which of those you might be interested in.
Well, what I'm thinking is, for the purposes of tonight, we should probably not spend a ton of time on the circle, right? If we were doing this for a campaign, we would probably all want to kind of talk about this a little bit more. But we're just kind of trying to get the gear turning. So maybe we just answer a question really quick and pick one of the abilities and not really spend like a ton of time on the name. You know what I mean? Just kind of, give it a quick once over, like for our relationships too, right? Like,
I think Scott was more, let's pick a circle ability.
Yeah, let's pick an ability, right?
So stamina training is your circle has 3 gilded dice at the beginning of every assignment that anyone can add +1 die to any roll. Once it's rolled, it's expended. So we get just 3 extra dice that we can spend for whatever. Nobody left behind when a member of your circle drops incapacitated from taking too many marks, any roll a player makes in the scene to protect them or get them out has +1 dice. In this together, when you spend drive to help an ally on a roll on a result of 3 or less, you both earn back 1 drive point of your choice.
I kind of like that.
Interdisciplinary, when choosing a new ability during character advancement once per campaign, each character may choose an ability from a character role or specialty outside of their own. Which, I mean, that's not going to come up now, but that's neat.
It is neat.
That's definitely a cool one to take later.
Yeah.
Resource management. When your circle hits a milestone on the illumination track, earn back 1 stitch, refresh, or train resource.
And those we're about to talk about. Those are resources you guys have.
One last run. When you select this ability, the next assignment is your last. Everyone gets to take all 4 options during this character advancement instead of only 2.
So basically, you just Hulk out and go do one last run.
One last run.
So, my personal choice is stamina training just to get the extra dice. But I know in this together was what Sean was thinking of. You both earn back the drive if it's 3 or less.
I think it just kind of takes a little bit of the downside risk out of things. Stamina training is also good. I have no strong preference for in this together.
I, knowing myself, will never use team dice. I will always feel guilty for using the team dice.
Oh, if there's a resource you share?
Absolutely.
I see what you're saying.
I never like to use team resources.
Well, the nice thing about it is you're welcome to, in this game, you're kind of welcome to discuss it, to be like, hey guys, I'm going to add that die. I'd like to add that die right now. I think this, and remember the whole stakes conversation, right?
Oh, I guess that's true. There's a lot more table talk.
When something's high stakes, when I describe, you walk in and the mummy comes up out of the coffin and starts moving towards you. What do you do? And you tell me what you do, and I say, okay, that's a high stakes roll. Please give me and this is high stakes. You get to decide to spend resources before you roll. It's that level of conversation is going on at the table.
Okay. You've convinced me. I think having the extra dice is also nice.
All right.
So stamina training is what you guys are going with?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So the last thing here is assign resource points. As a group, your circle has a number of pooled resources available that allow them to recover and train between assignments. The kicker is you have to make this choice now, regardless of where you're gonna be later.
Okay.
So Stitch, if you take a Stitch, it clears all marks for 1 PC. If you take a refresh, you recoup all used drives and resistances for 1 PC. If you train, you take a D6 that may be used on any roll in the next assignment. And when you create your circle, you assign a number of resource points equal to 1 plus the number of circle members. So in this case, you get to pick 4 of those now that are in a pool for you to use later. What you use will you don't know. You might all really want to Stitch, right?
Yeah.
So you're only going to have 4 for the 3 of you. So that's another situation where you guys get to decide of those 4 things, of those 4 possibilities, who really needs to take what at that given time. You might all need to Stitch because you all got the shit beat out of you. So you all Stitch, and that uses 3, and then you have 1 more that one of you can use.
but only if we've allocated 3 to Stitch to start with.
At circle creation, assign a number of resource points equal to 1 plus the number of circle members. Between assignments, each player may spend.
Oh, for each type of resource.
Right.
So we have 4 in each.
Assign a number of resource points equal to 1 plus the number of circle members. No, you don't have 4 in each. You have 4 total to be used at the time. You don't have to decide what they are now, but you have to. You only have 4.
No, it says at circle creation, assign a number of resource points equal to 1 plus the number of circle members to each type of resource.
Oh, okay. Right. So you have 4. You have 4 stitches, 4 refreshers, and 4 trains. Each of you can only use 2 at that time, at that end, and then resources are not replenished until the illumination track is completely filled. So you might get between missions, use some stitches, start your next journey without the illumination track having been fulfilled, and now you have less resources available to you at the end of the second journey. You see, until that level up happens. So it is a resource management discussion that happens post-mission when you all decide, does it make sense to do the stitch now or wait? Does it make sense to do the refresh now or wait? And it's a discussion for further down the line, but understanding what it is important. Where's the chapter house?
The bum barrel on 5th and Maple.
Nice. Nice.
And we're the circle of fuzzy bunnies.
Fuzzy bunnies.
I'm just typing things up because it's fun.
Right. Is there any other things you guys have before we give a little spin to this puppy? I figured we'd take a quick break and then bathroom break or whatever and give this puppy a little spin.
Just for relationships.
Yeah.
Because I am kind of one of those high society charlatans, I've probably run across Justin's character a time or two, right? He's a doctor kind of interested in cryptids and weird shit, right? So probably we've run across each other in various occultist circles, you know what I mean? Because I would be like doing fake seances and like scamming old ladies by giving her, vitality potions and stuff like that, right? And probably for the newsy, I imagine Amanda and I imagine that I have used I pass her all the time and using her as my little spy.
Or like ad space.
Right.
Pay me a nickel to share with the little ladies that you've got potions of vitality.
Right, and also keep tabs on, who is kind of doing what in the neighborhood and things like that, so I know who's come on a windfall, so I can make sure to scam them out of it.
Yeah, I guess the easiest way is, the newsy is on the way to the university.
Shine your shoes a time or two.
Yeah, I pass every single day. And yeah, Sean's occultist probably sits in on lectures on cryptids and familiar face but don't know anything about it, kind of creep.
Right.
Because I just collect weird bones and try and make them into cryptids, not knowing, oh shit, they're actually cryptids. And then we all become how does the newsy get wrapped up in Candela?
It's a great question. I'm still working that one out.
For me, I've been running in the occultist circles and scamming people for so long. One day a phenomenon was actually real. The ritual I was performing worked.
I mean, it could be a shared experience. Like we're all at the same place at the same time because we're adjacent, and I don't know, a jackalope murders a woman on the street, and we're all like, "Did we see
fuck
that?"
A jackalope.
And the lightkeeper comes by and goes, "Yes, you saw that. Follow me." And there
David
he is.
apparently really found that funny.
David loves jackalopes.
He does.
Loves that idea. Absolutely loves that idea. It's jackalopes all the way down.
His conversation is actually pairing really well because he goes, "That'll teach him." That's a harsh lesson to learn right there.
Gotta watch for those fucking jackalopes. It's a harsh lesson to learn. All right. I think we take a quick break and then take this thing for a spin.
Everybody good?
I'm excited to act weird. Sorry, bizarre. I'm excited to act bizarre.
Right. Act bizarre.
It's literally I know I've picked the right character when an actual checkbox I have on my character sheet is act bizarre.
A checkbox on mine says "learn from your mistakes." Like, what the hell? We're gonna be here all night.
We ain't never leveling up. All right, everybody. We will be back in a few minutes. Refresh your drinks, and then we'll have a little fun with this. Take it for a spin. remembering to turn the audio on as
yeah,
we
yeah.
come back from break. All right, everybody, we are Dicey Decisions, and we have taken our quick break. We've built first half of the session. We went through and built characters and kind of talked about how gameplay works for Candela Obscura. And now we're going to kick off and just play for a little while and see how the game goes and how it takes us. Anything else you guys need before we begin?
I think not.
Excellent.
I don't think so. I think I'm just gonna have to wing it for a little bit while I figure out
just gonna
my
have
life.
to see. Just gonna see how this goes and who I am now. We'll figure it out as we go.
Perfect. So, your day has been extremely eventful, or at least the past hour or so has, as you were summoned to your chapter house and told very hastily that there was a very important artifact that was on the move. Sources to Candela Obscura have found that several agents found following different leads have found that there is this important artifact that the organization would very, very importantly like to get their hands on, and believe it was being taken out of town. And they provided you with tickets to a train, an immediate departure time within the hour, and said someone on this train is transporting a powerful magical artifact that needs to be found. There's no description of who to look for. There's no information about what is possibly or what resources might be being used to protect this item, but that there is a powerful artifact that has to do with an important situation in your organization's past. They were very tight-lipped about the resources or the information related directly to that artifact itself, other than it just having extreme importance to the organization. You would have had time to ask one question each. What would you have asked?
Can you describe the artifact in question?
It is likely to be housed in a box about the size of my forearm in length.
And this person that says that is a normal human-sized person?
Yes.
Okay.
This would be
The size of my forearm, said Jim Forearm.
This would be Wilhelm, your Lightbringer that you are used to interacting with.
Wilhelm
He is an older gentleman, graying hair, mostly starting to fall out, bald quite a bit, and you've spent plenty of time with him. So,
Where was it? Where was the last scene?
it was believed to be in a private collection, but that person has confirmed it is no longer where they were, keeping it secret and safe.
Who, pray tell, has stolen it?
That is what we hope you are able to find out. We don't know who stole it. It could be any number of...
Catbot incoming.
It could be any number of organizations that might have designs on its use. However, given the nature of its powerful magical properties, we are very nervous about whose hands it falls into.
But I asked a useless question.
So fast forwarding through time a little bit, you are able to board the train. You are on the train as it leaves the station, and you have made your way into the general travel car where you might be able to order food or drinks or what have you, public area, but you do have an actual little cabin, a little room of your own that you guys have been given as part of your ticket, your passage fare for the train.
So in the public area, just kind of as we're making our way through the train, just general like looking but from face to face, trying to see if anything stands out. Anyone seems looking for the foreigns.
Okay. So looking through, you see any number of families traveling with small children. You see several couples sitting together, obviously romantically involved. You see several folks that might be businessmen or what have you. But go ahead and make me a... Let me get to the page. Go ahead and make me a... Either a read or a focus roll, your choice. Standard stakes.
I'll definitely choose focus. It's the better of the two.
All
right. So I have 2 dice in my pool, one of which is gilded. I hit roll. And I get a 2 and a 2.
All right. So as you are looking around, you notice that what draws your attention is this these 2 gentlemen who seem to be having an argument, and you are wrapped up in their argument, and it takes you several minutes to realize that there's no way that anybody who's hiding something would be having this level of boisterous argument. They're arguing about local sports teams and who's better, and you just get kind of lost in their conversation for a little bit, but are able to.
I just reach back and pull out a tea bag and.
Right. Right. So, what else would you like to do?
I mean, we're in the we can order. This is like the common dining car and things like that. So, I will step up to the ordering counter, and I will remove my top hat with a flourish, and I will set it on the counter, and I will sort of whisk my quarter cape out of the way, and I will order myself a cocktail.
Oh yes, well we have a full bar here. What is your preferred poison, sir?
I would like an old-fashioned, my good man.
Oh, excellent.
And I would kind of put my hand. My nails are painted and rings on every one of my fingers. You know what I mean? It's like the full turn of the century romantic goth, right?
He mixes your drink, sets it in front of you. Are you traveling for business, pleasure?
Oh, I always travel for pleasure.
Excellent. Well, hopefully we'll have good weather.
Oh, I imagine that we will. I'm an authority on these matters, don't you know? And I kind of put my finger to one side of my nose and I pick up my drink and I swig it.
Oh, you're authority on the weather.
I'm an authority on many things.
Oh. Well, that's neat.
And so I will like kind of give him like the piercing gaze. It's like, I'm looking for help.
What kind of help, sir?
I was hoping, have you been on the train long?
Oh, yes, several days.
Have you been seeing the passengers coming and going and coming and going?
Well, yes. I mean, that's pretty standard.
I'm looking for a gentleman who has a box about the size of my forearm, and he may have been hiding that box. And I was just wondering if perhaps he's passed through the dining car.
Oh. Well, there was a couple that had. They did seem to be trying to keep a parcel or package under their cloak, hidden from view. I happened to notice, but wasn't any of my business. But yes, I did see something that might fit that description. I didn't get a full look at the box, mind you, but
Would you be able to point them out again if you saw them?
oh yes, very distinctive. The man had a scar across his nose.
Well, thank you very much for your time, my good man. I do appreciate it.
Oh, thank you.
And I will tip him an extra nickel or, whatever the going rate is for tipping somebody, a quarter, I don't know. And I will take my cocktail and I will just down it in one swig and I will toss the glass over my shoulder and I will walk away.
Excellent. He reaches up and catches it and kind of gives that weird look of like, who does that? But yeah.
Oi, buddy, you think you can get me one of those next time?
The cocktail?
Yeah.
How old are you?
Don't worry about it.
I don't see why
old
not.
enough to drink a cocktail.
I don't see why not. You look very mature for your age, I guess. Also, I don't really care. He said that there was a man and a woman that were potentially trying to hide a package under their cloak, and the man had a scar across his nose. They boarded the train several days ago.
Hearing that, looking at the people who were talking. Oh. My good man. A scar, you say?
I do say.
Then it is not them.
Yeah. Yes. I think that's...
I was caught up in their rambunctious telling of the latest sports match.
Are you a sporting man?
No.
Good. We have something. Finally, we have something in common.
Back in my schooling days, I played tennis.
Ugh.
Thank you.
They don't write about tennis in the papers.
One day they will.
Eh.
One day in the future, women will even play tennis.
Women.
Who needs them?
It's okay. I googled the drinking age in 1915, and apparently there was no legal drinking age until 1922.
Oh.
Yeah, right. They're old enough to make a living. They're probably old enough to have a cocktail, right? Like, I mean, we could to go in the mine and work. Like, you might as well have a drink. At
General
the end of the
consensus was around 15 is when they should be drinking.
Yeah. So, you know, if you're around,
It works.
Sure.
We'll never know.
So now that we have information on looking for a man and a woman together with a man scar across the nose, I'd like to try and like narrow in my senses on like picking out faces as we walk back towards our car.
Okay.
I'd like to make for our room. I have a ritual in mind for when we get there.
So as you head back to your cabin or stateroom or whatever they're called, you see a few more people that you hadn't seen before, but no one fitting the description of these two that you have been given.
Mm-hmm.
Couples walking and nobody hiding a package under a cloak or anything of the sort. As you make your way back, you are able to find your stateroom and able to stow any baggage you have and those kind of things, as far as that goes.
So when we get into the stateroom, I close the door and I pull out my trunk and I very theatrically take out like a bowl that's inscribed with these like, Egyptian hieroglyphics and a candle that I put at one side and a shaker of salt at the other side and and I'm sort of setting up and I'm going to perform a ritual of remote viewing. So I'm going to take the dagger and I'm going to light the candle and I'm going to kind of wave it over the bowl that's full of water, and I can see remote viewing. It just says remote viewing 1 moment. And to do this, I have to take a bleed mark. So as I'm doing this, I sort of cut my palm and over the water and so I would like to view the moment that the box was stolen.
All right. So, as you cut yourself and the blood drips down into the water starts to sizzle a little bit, and the magical energy starts to, familiar to you, but maybe not to your friends as they see this happening, starts to waft up from the bowl and enter into the wound in your hand, giving you that mark of bleed. So go ahead and mark that on your character sheet.
And okay. Bleed is supernatural damage, not physical.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
This isn't the body. This is actual supernatural damage that he just took. He has opened himself up to the magic, and therefore it has taken its price. But in that moment, as you feel this energy entering into your hand and suffusing up into, like you could feel it like pulsing inside your forearm and towards the center of your body, like almost at bone level. It feels like it's pervading you on the inside. As that begins to happen, your eyes go completely white. Your friends see this, and you are no longer seeing the cabin in front of you. For you are seeing a very well polished, well furnitured and decored study, and you see a large gentleman standing looking around, and as his head turns, you see that scar across the nose, and then you see this woman crouched underneath this desk, and she is prying open a panel on the floor, and in this panel in the floor she pulls out this forearm length box that's kind of almost cylindrical in nature. It's got like maybe octagonal edges around it instead of a full cylinder, but it has that almost rounded feel to this box, and it looks to be about, like I said, forearm length. And she pulls it out, and you notice when she does, there's several symbols on the box that are glowing, and she says some incantation of some sort, and the glowing symbols slowly die and fade away as she takes the box and stuffs it into a bag, and they stand up and they start walking out of this estate room.
Okay. So when I come out of the trance, I will immediately start repeating the syllables that she said, just over and over and over and over again until I like get to, and just like frantically get to like a piece of paper and just like write down like the phonetically whatever the fuck she said, right? Like just whatever the incantation was.
While he's preparing all of this and he lights incense, incense is very potent and odoriferous. So good old Professor Becker is going to open his little cigarette case, tap, 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 light a cigarette, close the curtains on the thing so nobody looks in, and he's going to try and mask the scent with just good old American tobacco.
Oi, teacher, you gonna smoke that?
Yeah, he gives one to the kid.
They take it. They take it and they just smoke cigarette.
All right, so you definitely.
I hear they're good for your health.
You know what would go really good with this? An old fashioned.
Back then they were just called fashions.
Right.
Stupid. So fucking dumb.
As was the fashion at the time.
That's right. All right. So yeah, you definitely see this woman also had. You would have caught the glimpse of her in that moment that she has jet black hair, kind of shoulder length, and she had very severe features, facial features, so pretty obvious recognizable to you now.
So once I stop bleeding and foaming at the mouth and the eyeballs turning white and shouting gibberish into the room, I will then describe for my compatriots what it is that I have seen. I say, the barman was correct. It was the man with the scar, and I will describe the scene that I have scried.
I'll hand him over my half-smoked cigarette. Buddy, I think you need this more than I do.
I will sink into a chair and sort of fan myself a little bit and take a drag. You know?
That's some freaky shit you've been doing.
Yes, it is indeed freaky.
Freaky.
Don't like that. Nope. So here's what we need to do. Pipsqueak.
Aye.
We need you to go find these people.
Okay.
Nobody's gonna pay
Do that.
attention to you.
Ouch.
You're a kid.
Everybody loves kids.
Yeah, but they don't pay attention to them.
He's got a very good
Alright.
point.
So if Spooky Man over here and myself were to saddle up to the bar and get ourselves some fashions, we can keep an eye on you.
All right.
I love how you keep going back and forth between Brooklyn and the south end of London. You're like back and forth across the Atlantic.
I have never taken vocal coach. I've never taken vocal lessons before.
No, this is just so fun and silly. Mine's all over the place too. It's just fun and silly. I'm just trying
to use words.
I played in a campaign. I played in a campaign on Wednesday, and we were doing something very similar where we were doing like skits, and I was trying to portray like an old timey like damsel in like a detective movie, and I couldn't get the accent right because it kept going from like that like old Atlantic accent to Southern.
Yeah, mid Atlantic is hard to stay with. Like you can kind of like one, I was actually because I was trying to do it for the Call of Cthulhu game, and one of the people was like, to warm up for it, would say like recite "Sabotage" by Beastie Boys in the Mid-Atlantic accent. By the time they got to the end of the song, it was kind of like feeling natural. I just thought that was interesting.
That's great.
Yeah. So this accent for this poor child, all over the board,
all over the map.
Yeah.
I'm kind of taking it as if the child actually tries on different accents. So we never know what the real voice actually is.
It's actually a 45-year-old woman.
Right.
So Hollis, so their name's Hollis, and they are extremely androgynous. Like you can't tell if they're a little boy or a little girl. They're short cut hair, but like soft features, but like you're still like,
and that like page boy cut that's kind of like a little bit could be something else. Yeah, but
they're like, great. Are you a prepubescent boy? Are you
right?
A lady?
Just when you think,
I don't know.
When you think of, there's more feminine qualities, you see that like there's dirt under the fingernails, so it's very boy-like, and
adjust themselves in public, and you're like.
Man spreads, takes a shot.
They're smoking cigarettes.
No, it's even worse. Man spreads and then does their nails. It's like.
All right. Nice. So, from their bag, they're gonna pull out a stack, a pretty sizable stack of papers, like newspapers, and. They'll put on their little page boy hat, and they'll take out their stack of papers and head out into kind of the main sitting areas. I've never been on a train, Amanda, as a person, so I don't know what trains look like. Are there like just general sitting areas, or does everyone have like a private train car?
So there's private lodgings for a train like this, cabins as it were.
Okay.
But there's also many cars of common areas. There's the dining car that you were in earlier. There's several other that are just like large windows along the entire both sides with tables and chairs where people gather and are either having conversations or maybe playing cards or things like that. And those kind of things. Other than that, there's some, obviously restrooms, privies and things like that. And then everything else would be more off limits to the normal passengers but you would know what those would be obviously the engine room in the front of the train, but also storage cars beyond all of the passenger areas. There would be several storage-based cars that are hauling gear of whatever kind you wouldn't necessarily know.
Okay, so they'll take their papers and they'll start in some of those common areas where people are just lounging or playing cards. Mm-hmm. Hey, get your papers. 5 cents a paper. Get your papers. And she's just gonna walk. They're gonna walk down just all the different aisles and try and see if they see anyone that resembles the description that the weird guy gave them.
Adrian.
So several different people are obviously purchasing the paper. It would be a very common thing. So several different groups would holler out and ask for a paper, and that while you, while you're walking through, you can make either a survey or focus roll, either one, whichever you prefer.
I'll do a survey roll.
Okay.
Okay. How do I do this?
Standard stakes.
Standard. Okay, so I have 2 little circles in survey.
So if you click the little circles,
Okay.
it should, in the bottom right of the screen, it'll pop up a little thing.
Mm-hmm.
And you can, so you should, for survey, I don't have any dice, so it tells me to roll 2, take the lowest. But if you click that, it'll tell you what your dice pool is, and it'll explain, give it, and then the button you say, just click roll, and then it'll give you the results above your dice pool.
Okay, so I have a gilded dice and a regular dice. I also have one derived at the bottom.
So you can add drive dice if you want, right, to give yourself more dice for this, but probably 2 is good, I would guess. So if you just want to
I roll the gilded dice no matter what, and I can just decide to take it or not.
If you're gilded in that skill, one of your 2 dice will be gilded. So therefore, when your result comes up, you tell me which one you want to take. If you take the gilded, you would earn a drive back if you had any expended drives.
Oh, okay. That makes perfect. Add dice to also standard, because I can roll up to 2 because I have 2 circles. Yes, is that how that works?
Yeah. So
wait, it already rolled.
Yeah.
Oh, there it goes. Okay. So I got a 4 and a 5. The 4's on the gilded and the 5 is on the regular.
So had you spent a drive, you would definitely take that 4 because it's the same result as a 5, but it would get you your drive back.
Okay.
Just mechanics wise, right?
Right.
So you would say, I got a 4 on the gilded, and then you would get your drive back if you had spent that, or if you had spent it earlier. Right.
So 4 is a mixed success. Which means if I take the gilded, I would get something a little extra.
No, it's only for getting your drive back or other powers you may have based on your class that might be powered off of gilded dice.
I see what you're saying. Okay. Right. Then I will take the 5. I mean, it doesn't really matter, but I'll take the 5. In this case,
there's no mechanical difference. You're in the same boat either way,
right?
Because you hadn't spent drives or anything like that. So you take the mixed success. So as you're walking through, you do see a person who meets the description of this woman that you saw earlier. So you do spot her. However, she looks up and she notices you looking at her, and she takes note of you.
Yeah. Oi, miss, you want a paper? I can shine your shoes while I'm at it. There's an awful nice story on tennis on page 3.
Looks over.
So do me a favor, make me a sway roll.
Too many rolls. Okay. So, I have 1 dice sway. Okay.
I think this would be a great use for the stamina training from the circle.
Yeah. So, I don't know how to pull that in.
You can add a gilded die to that, I think.
How?
What does that ability say?
Your circle has 3 gilded dice at the beginning of every assignment that anyone may add +1 die to any roll. So I guess it would be better just to use a drive and this. Depends on the stakes.
Oh, yeah.
This would be pretty high stakes because you are directly confronting someone who's directly involved in your mission. I'm saying that in more of a game mechanic explanation for those of us, trying this out for the first time. So, as the reason why Scott, as the GM, is saying it's high stakes is because you are now interacting with someone directly involved in the storyline, and what happens in this interaction is pretty involved.
Okay, so I have sway. I can use a drive. So I'll mark one drive down on that. I don't see an option to add a gilded die, though.
If you click the little arrow to close the dice pool, and then you reopen it, it should show you again the 3 options at the bottom. And if you click gilded, it will add one to the custom dice pool.
Yep, it sure did.
So spend 1 drive, use the gilded from the stamina training, plus your 1 in sway, so you have 3 dice to roll.
You're rolling 2 normal and 1 gilded.
Yep, 2 normal and 1 gilded. All right. I got a 3, a 4 gilded, and a 6 drive.
Okay, so do you want to take the 6, which doesn't give you your drive back, but gives you a complete success? Or do you want to take the 4, which is a mixed success, but you get your drive back?
No, I'll take the 6.
All right. That's fair. Totally fair.
Great success.
Totally fair. So, full success. So, you have definitely convinced this person. She says, perhaps I could partake in a little bit of local news. And you can tell her accent is different. She is not from around here.
Okay. Cool. So I'll give her paper, and I'm just going to, out of my bag, pull out my shoe shining kit.
Oh, all right. Mark that off as one of your items.
Yep. So I've used papers and shoe shining gear. Where is newspapers gear? And then okay. So I'll take out my shoe shining gear, and I will get down and start shining her shoes. Are they boots? What kind of shoes is she wearing?
She actually is wearing boots, and they are caked in mud.
Great. So they'll start shining her shoes. Boy, miss, these shoes have seen better days.
She says, I find myself in interesting places.
Oh, fun. This is my first time out of the city.
Yes, it's strange that someone who sells local newspapers is on a train.
When your family doesn't want you no more, you go where the wind takes you.
Oh, so you're an orphan.
Yeah. It happens sometimes. You find new families everywhere you go.
So, would you say that you're open for opportunity?
I mean, you need someone to sell papes?
I can always use someone with your level of eloquence.
I'm listening. What are you thinking here?
She says, well, perhaps we can just get to know each other while you clean my shoes. And with that, I'd like you to make a...
Doing an awful lot of rolling here.
a read roll.
Okay. So I've made a little bit of small talk with this person. May I add an extra dice for my sweet talk ability from being a face character?
Oh, how does that ability read?
It says you know how to work the room. After you make small talk with someone, you may add plus 1d on any read rolls you make in which they are the target. If your current cunning resistance are 2 or higher, that die is gilded.
I think that's a perfect use of this ability.
Yeah, that sounds
It's
exactly
exactly like what happened. So absolutely, absolutely, because it has been that kind of small talk up until this point.
Okay, so my second question is, how do I know if my cunning resistance is 2 or more? It just says resistance with a triangle.
So you have 1.
You have 1 resistance.
Oh, I see. Okay. So it's
At
not
6 drive, I think it's 2 resistance.
If you had 6 drive in that category, you would have 2.
Okay.
Yeah, there's 2 triangles linked together. I've got 6 in intuition.
Right.
Okay. So I get an extra dice. So I get 2 in read and then extra for.
Is one of these gilded, or
Mm.
You don't have a mark next to?
Oh, I do. I do have a mark in read. So yes, one of them would be a gilded dice. So 1 gilded and 2 regular.
Nice.
No, I'll just do. Okay. Okay, so I have 3 gilded, 4 regular, 5 regular. So I will take the 5.
Okay. So mixed success. So as she says all this to you, and she says that maybe we'll get to know each other a little bit better, you look up at that moment in time, and you catch as her lips slowly part, you catch a slightly sharpened tooth that her tongue rolls across.
Is that canine?
Like a vampire. Like she might be from Transylvania.
It's a very obvious sharpened tooth.
Okay.
And as you're looking at
from
this
Carpathian
and noticing
Mountains.
this, she kind of sits back quickly and shuts her mouth.
Okay.
Basically, you just gave her delivery. You door-dashed an orphan to her. Oh, you don't have family? Oh, you're on your own? There's no one that's going to be looking for you?
So
You door-dashed her an orphan.
ooh. So they continue shining their shoes, really just sloughing off the mud and just kind of like looking at the mud they've wiped off the boot and kind of going ugh, and just flings it onto the ground. So are you traveling alone?
Oh, I'm never alone, dear.
Oh, very nice. Where are you headed to?
I'm headed home.
Ah. Where's home for you?
Well, that's an interesting topic of discussion. I'm not quite sure that you would quite understand.
You'd be surprised. There's a lot of surprise. Her accent really is all over the place. It's Wabbit season.
In and out of time. She's like, they're 4, they're 15.
Man, you'd be really surprised. There's a lot of things that come into these local papes. Just because they're from the city doesn't mean that they don't talk about the other cities.
Well, it's more concerning how I live than anything else.
Okay.
You're
Something like
weird.
that. Well,
All
I'll
right.
just but very that's cool. I guess I don't know where we're from. We've not discussed where we're from.
The city.
You'd be
Capital
from the
T,
city
capital
of
T.
New Fair.
Oh, New Fair. Okay.
Mhm.
Are there other cities?
Totally definable by us. Yes.
This train's going somewhere.
Right.
Yeah, where is this train going? Do we know?
Salem.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's the name of the bartender?
You
What's
have
the name of the bartender's significant other? His dog.
What's the name of the engineer on this train? And what kind of train is this actually?
It's the kind of train as Thomas. Duh.
Tank engine.
So you would know the destination of this being a town of West End. Is where this is headed towards.
Okay, so we're going.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really like New Fair, but this teacher I'm traveling with, he says West End's all the rage for papes.
I thought you said you were on your own.
Well, I ain't got no parents.
So you do have a guardian then.
I wouldn't call him a guardian. He's like this crazy old guy that I hang out with sometimes.
Interesting.
That makes the relationship sound so bad. This 50-year-old
person, to be
professor and
fair, this person wants to eat them. So, like, really, who is keeping track of partners? I ask you, like.
Anyways, ma'am, I think your boots are as good as they're gonna get. They are really caked in mud. You might want to throw them away. Mud carries disease.
Oh, that doesn't bother me. As she reaches into her coin purse, she pulls out a few coins and she goes to put them in your hand.
Okay. I will open my hand to accept the coins. Can I also try and get a peek in to see how many coins she has in her coin purse?
Sure. Give me a well, that would be
Probably a focus,
a
right?
survey.
Oh, survey? Okay. I like that.
Search, track, or spot.
Okay. Oh, yeah, that's fair. I'm just gonna roll it regular. Oh, resounding 4. So 4 gilded, 4 normal.
Okay, so with a mixed success, you are able to get a rough guess that she's pretty well off, but
Okay.
you don't necessarily have a full amount. However, she does, when you do that, she does press hard the coins into your hand, and she says, "My coins that I don't give you are my own, dear." And as she does so, her cold, icy fingers touch your palm.
Ooh. Thanks, ma'am, and just wipe my hands on my chest and like slide the coins into the pocket of my vest and scuttle back. I hope you have a great day. Maybe I can try and get those shoes the rest of the way clean later. If your friend you're traveling with or whoever you said you're not alone, if they need their shoes shine, I'm around. Just ask for the kid.
Right.
That's my line.
And then I'm gonna scurry back to my private car.
Okay.
Oi, I found you, lady.
Fucking
She's
yikes.
horrifying. She's weirder than you are, and she's cold as a dead body.
Say again?
She's cold. She touched me when she was giving me her money, and it felt like I was touching an ice cube. Also, she
Interesting.
gave me money. And I hold out the coins.
Was
I
there
would like
anything
to
else
inspect the money.
peculiar about her?
Yeah, she had a sharp tooth, and I just hand over the money. You better give that back.
Is it local money? Is it... I would like to use a gear slot for a bleed detector, a spyglass, like a jeweler's spyglass, to inspect the coins deeply.
Okay. So give me a focus roll, and I'll give you an extra die for using an item on it.
Okay. And I will spend...
This is a high stakes roll.
I
Hate that.
I am very well versed in the occult and in signs of the bleed, being a practitioner of the dark arts myself. So I would like to spend one of my intuition drives to help inspect these coins.
All right. So you have a.
So I will kind of stand awkwardly sort of close to you, like sort of dangling over your shoulder with like one hand kind of like brushed against your shoulder. I'm being weird about it, but I'm helping.
I'm also going to spend a drive because I really want to succeed in this.
All right.
So I've got 2 base, one of which are gilded, 1 from the item, and then 2 drive. So I have 5 dice.
5 dice.
All right. Looks like we have a 6, a 5, a 4, a gilded 4, and a 1. So I'm just going to take the 6.
Okay. So you take the full success. So as you're inspecting this coin with your bleed detector eyeglass, you do notice that there is magical aura on this coin. It looks like that this is possibly a mark of some sort, possibly being used to trace where these coins are.
It's gonna eat me.
My good man. And I lean slightly away so that I can turn my head enough to get it to look at you.
Now kiss.
Kiss.
Could this traceable aspect be reversed, do you think?
It is possible, but it is beyond my ken. What we could do is give it to somebody else. Or put it in a place and set a trap.
Mm-hmm. Do sharp teeth mean anything to y'all?
Sharp teeth and cold...
She had like one really sharp tooth, and she didn't really want me to see it.
Would that be a
She was like
sense roll?
licking it.
I will if whatever the roll is, I will help. I will go back into my bag, and I will pull out. I will use one of my gear slots for this, and I will pull out my reference book on the occult and occult phenomena, and I will look up phenomena that might, fit the description that our young friend has provided.
Sharp features, sharp tooth.
Yeah. Sharp teeth, cold hands, accent.
Thick accent.
Dirty ass boots.
Weird money.
Dirty boots, probably from sleeping in a coffin.
Cast spells.
Yeah, so no roll necessary with this use of your item and all of your combined knowledges as the two of you are putting your heads together over this, and you're looking at this page boy who looks quite nervous and scared. It comes to both of your minds at the same time that this is likely a vampire.
And the page boy is a sacrifice.
I told him that I was traveling with you, said the teacher. But I also told them that I had no parent.
Well, how familiar are you with mythological creatures?
Only a little bit. Only what this crazy guy's told me to go, looking for.
Vampire, Nosferatu,
Nosferatu?
That's perfect. The stories of Bram Stoker's Dracula. I believe that was before 1920.
Right.
Now I have to look.
The guy who eats
I
people?
don't think so. I
Oh.
don't think it was quite that early.
No, none of it rings a bell.
It
Mister,
was
I'm lucky enough
1897.
that I know how to read.
I thought so.
I can barely read these papers.
Well, these creatures of the night delight in draining the vital essence from living beings, drinks their blood to fuel their dark rituals.
She's gonna eat me?
Possibly.
Yes.
Either eat you or convert you into one of their legions of undead. It's fascinating, really.
Would she be my mom?
There's many schools of thought on that. Well, it's more akin to your creator, because you die to rise as the vampire. This is all according to legend. I've never seen it in person. I'm interested. We should probably stop it before someone gets bitten.
Like me.
Yes, that was implied by someone.
Uh-huh.
So I say we take these coins and maybe head to the luggage car and see if we can get her to approach you as a meal so that we can have a pointed conversation. Maybe subdue her.
Oi, Adrian, does that book there tell you how to kill it?
Well, theoretically?
So we're going to risk my life for a theoretical murder?
To point of order, we
didn't
will be
say
risking
murder her.
all 3 of our lives. It's not, we're all going to die together, probably. It's not,
I am
think you
just
could eat us
hoping to
all
have
at
a
once?
pointed conversation.
he
About what?
means the knife that we're going to stab her with.
I do not. I mean actually loquacious endeavors.
Oh, and I kind of pulled the ritual ghost blade out of my... I meant pointed conversation. So the other thing that we could do is put the coin somewhere where we are not, and then when they go to it, take the thing from their room and not deal with the weird monster.
Well, I don't know what room that's the problem. She was sitting in the general seating area. But her friend wasn't there.
What of the gentleman with the scar?
I never saw him. I only saw the lady. But she did say that she wasn't that she wasn't alone.
I do think we need to be rid of these coins. either as bait or out the window.
Out the window will mean that we know, because they will no longer be here. Moving
Or
on
it means the small child fell off the train.
that will be
I'm not that small. I'm
that
the
will be
biggest
easily
in us.
that will be easily disproven when the youngster appears in the dining car at dinner.
I'm also the biggest at the paper print station press.
The newsy dormitory where the newsies are.
Printer press literally just fell out of my brain. I forgot what it's called.
The newsy building, where they keep the newsies.
I do want to say for folks that are watching that we kind of sprung this idea today to do this and haven't really done the proper world building.
So we're just kind of winging it.
We are kind of winging it.
Professor at Oxford University.
I hope you let us play these characters again, because I love this character already, and if they get eaten tonight, I will cry on camera.
Yeah, I'm kind of enjoying being a weird fop.
It's very fun.
Now,
I love it.
Counterpoint. You mentioned that you were traveling with me.
I did.
What if I were to, say, have the coin and be flicking it on my way to the bar to maybe draw some attention so that we could have these conversations? We'd be in the open. And you've expressed that I am a traveling companion, so we can continue the conversation and progress it in a public environment.
Okay. She don't know about Weirdo over here.
Yes, Weirdo.
I only mentioned you.
If you were to stay obfuscated to look for the man with the nose scar.
Obfuscation is my middle name.
Don't just use these words to make yourself feel better?
Indubitably. Quite.
Is this like mid-century?
A Victorian man out of his time.
I just wanted to mispronounce obfuscation.
It's fantastic.
So yeah, I think if Amanda and I walk towards the bar, and I'll be flicking the coin as we're walking, like making ourselves noticeable, so that Sean can be keeping an eye out for where the big dude is. If he's in the car with her, near her, or if he exits a certain way, like if he goes out this door or that door, just to kind of get information.
Also, for point of reference, Justin, my character's name is Hollis Tannenbaum.
Charles Becker. Dr. Charles Becker.
Nice.
Adrian Montfort.
Excuse me. Adrian Obfuscation.
Obfuscation Montfort. The third.
Esquire.
With how weird he is, he's definitely a third.
Yeah.
At one point in his life, he did go by trade. I think he was cool.
All right, so the plan is to have two of you be together and
Obvious.
obvious, and one of you be more subdued and hidden and possibly
Obfuscated.
Obfuscated.
What did you say her character's name was? Hummus?
Hollis.
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 Hummus.
Hummus is also a very androgynous name.
Yes, it is.
Hummus tennis bum.
Hummus tahini.
Oh, Lord. All right, we're having too much fun.
Yep.
Let's go kill a vampire.
Right.
No, we're gonna die.
So are you like
Let's go
doing
get
this
killed by a
now,
vampire.
waiting till dinner? When are you planning on?
Like, give it an hour of research in the book about vampires.
What time of day is it?
It would have been about midday when the train left. So
Right, so we're already totally outside of this book, which tells us that vampires sleep during the day and don't try, that they, aren't out and about, right? So we're already kind of not in our element. Like the book is already wrong because she's like awake in the day.
In that regard, there was sunlight coming in through the windows, but you noticed as you bring that up. You remember where you were shining her shoes that no exposed skin of hers was in the sunlight.
Okay.
Like sunlight was hitting her boots, hitting her knee, but there was nothing hitting like any skin that you saw.
And she was wearing like a long coat or dress, I assume.
Long coat, pants, suit kind of situation.
Pants weird for women in this time frame?
Not fully weird. Many women would wear pants in this time frame, but they would be
not fully weird, just mostly weird.
I mean,
the working.
We're in an alternate world and timeline. They can wear what they want.
Working. It was obviously a working outfit. Like it wasn't fancy. It wasn't like dress up or whatnot. Tweed slacks, that kind of thing.
Okay.
And
she had a lot of money.
But she did have a lot of money.
She has a lot of money. She's a rich lady. But yeah, I would say probably like closer to dinner time.
Okay. So you head down to the car at dinner time. The two of you, I would assume, get a table together. Food on board's pretty good, pretty tasty, that kind of thing. After about sitting there for about 20 minutes, you do see a large gentleman come in with the scar across his nose. He is not accompanied by her, and he sits at a table by himself and orders what looks to be a standard meal and a tankard of ale, and sits down by himself, keeps to himself, and is eating.
Is he as pale as she is?
Give me a survey roll.
Well, that's bad. I don't have any of that.
I mean, if you got none, you roll 2 and take the lower.
Yeah, I know. I'm building
this is
the
low
dice
stakes.
now.
This is just to
yeah. I just kind of want to see.
Sure, glad I left Adrian on lookout.
No, you said I needed to be. You didn't say I was looking out. You said I was hiding. I'm not good at that either. Actually, it turns out.
It's your middle name.
No, obfuscation is my middle name.
It means
You
hiding.
will never be able to divine my true purpose. Fuck me. Oh, I'm gonna have a lot of fun being Adrian. All right. I am, just for the fuck of it, because it's it's whatever for tonight. I'm gonna spend. I've got 6 drive for intuition. I've got a very big drive pool, so I'm gonna spend 2 drive here.
All right, that would give you 2 dice.
Boop. Boop. Roll those. I have 1 and a 4, so let's go with the 4.
Mixed success. Okay, so as you're trying to look at this guy, you notice that that his scar across his nose kind of is what your features are drawn to. It's a pretty nasty looking scar, and as you're looking at that to try to discern if he looks as pale and similar to the woman, you do notice like the obvious heavy drinker's nose with capillaries and blood and that kind of thing that makes you believe that no, he is not indeed as similar as she was. He looks and appears more normal and human as far as that goes. And as you've made that decision, he kind of catches your eyes looking at you, and he just kind of looks at you sternly, and begins cutting his meat while looking at you.
Yeah, I will. I won't play it weird. I will pretend to be embarrassed to be caught staring at his scar. You know what I mean? I will have the good grace to pretend like I've kind of been caught being impolite. You know what I mean? And sort of make some apologetic motions and sort of look somewhere else.
I will let you roll either a sway or a hide to be deceptive in that nature.
I'll sway for that.
Okay.
I do have 1 gilded die for this. We'll roll it. We got a 3 and a 6 on the gilded. So I will take the gilded result. I have not spent any of my cunning drive, unfortunately, so I've got none to get back, but great success.
But you would if you had. So full success. He takes it as you kind of see his expression turn to one of like, of course it's my scar. And he stops looking at you and goes back to. But for a moment there, he was like, he was assessing you to see if you were a threat to him, and then it was it's just my scar.
Yeah.
So you definitely convinced him of exactly what you wanted him to think.
Perfect.
I would like to, in assessing this whole situation, understanding what she is, I would like to take a brain mark and use my occult researcher feature. And I would like to ask the GM for an important occult detail that we may have missed in the scene. If there is none, I clear the brain mark.
Gotcha. So as you start thinking about this situation and everything else, two things cross your mind. One is that if this guy is with her, who's like, you're trying to figure out who's in charge, right? And everything you've read and know about vampires would be they wouldn't bend down and serve anyone less powerful than them. So either this guy is something bigger and greater than even what that is, or she's the one actually in charge. And that leads you to wonder, if she is in fact in charge, what's his role? And you start to think on that, and it's likely that he is. You start to think about your research and how it's rumored that certain vampires can mind control. And that he might be enthralled to her, which makes him very, very dangerous in that his actions, he probably doesn't regard his safety as nearly important the way someone who was acting of their own volition would. And that's kind of the pieces you put together about this relationship between these two people. And in doing so, yes, you start to get a slight little migraine building. You reach for an extra glass of water to try to stave that off, but go ahead and take that brain mark.
Cool. I had to use the ability.
I love it. I think it's fantastic. No, and that's what's great about this system, just stepping out for a second, is there are all these narrative things that you can do that really, I think, partner in with the storytelling.
Yeah, I love the fact that there's an ability that specifically says, hey, GM, what did we miss?
Right. And a character that would be insightful enough to use their brain in that way.
Because while our characters may know it, we may have missed it.
Right.
So it builds on that collaborative storytelling.
Yeah.
Right. And also, theoretically, our characters are in a room that they would be reading, right? In a way that we as characters may not have asked the right question yet, right?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, this is fun so far. I mean, we're making it fun too, but this is a fun system so far.
I'm actually really enjoying it. It's a lot less I feel like it's a lot loose.
It is
in rules and a lot more open in what I can do, and I feel a lot less restricted. Not that there's anything wrong with
any other system,
spells.
Right. Absolutely, it's just a different feel, different flavor, and it's definitely from a narrative perspective.
I do love the ability to just be like, hey, I got my papes with me.
Right.
Yeah, the gear selection is fun. Like, of course I have an arcane book of stuff that I look up because I'm an occultist. Like, why don't I have that book?
Right.
Why? Of course I do.
Right. And now that you've said that, there might be another instance where you would go to that same resource.
Right. I have the book. Of course I have a book. It's right there.
In this instance where, there's this enthralled guy, if things were to go south, it'd be like, yeah, I reach into my pocket and pull out my pistol and I mark off pistol.
Right. Right.
So here's a question for you, Scott. If we pick up items throughout scene, do those count against our gear slots? So, like, for example, I now have these coins, or we have these coins that this lady has handed me. That doesn't count if I use them?
Those coins were given to you as part of the narrative and not part of what you or resource you showed up with. The concept of the three things are things that are on your body already.
Okay.
You're just choosing what they are when the time happens.
Good to know.
Right?
Like, so my ability Ghostblade, for example, right? Like, it says I can attune a ritual knife to myself. I'm probably going to have to use a gear slot on that ritual knife to use this ability at some point, because I don't just I can't just magic up a knife, right? So I have to brought a knife with me.
Right.
Okay.
So that's the kind of thing. Like, you chose your background and you wanted to sell papers, so you picked papers, right? But had I given the descriptor of you're walking past a newsstand and you're like, I'm going to swipe three newspapers. Okay, give me a roll.
Right. Now
that's not one of the items you had. That's you swiping them.
Okay.
So that's different, right? Like, the old fashioned he drank wasn't an item. It was part of the narrative, right? Like, so the coins are part of the narrative that came out. She paid you for the newspaper and the shoe shine, but you marked off the shoe shine kit and the newspapers because you wanted to have those things, right?
Okay, perfect.
I'd like to flick the coin up and make it spin and try and catch it to see if his attention follows the coin. I'm trying to determine whether or not he's attuned to tracking it.
Okay. That would probably be a read roll for you.
Okay.
because you're reading into his body language, his,
Mm-hmm. It's just one die, but it's not really that important, so I'm fine with it. Roll. It's a 1.
Oof.
Hard to tell, right?
Yeah.
Hard to tell because his eyes are kind of all over the place.
Okay.
So you get the sense that he is definitely paying attention to his environment.
Okay.
He doesn't mark the coin flip as something that draws his attention any more than the kid that laughed talking to his parents and
So
the breaking glass behind the bar that the bartender just dropped, and that but he
yes,
is
at some
very
point his
much,
eyes do see the coin, and it could be read that he's paying attention to it, but it's also he's everywhere, so it's not.
But it's not like he did this.
Right. Okay, got it.
Right. So, but he's definitely, you can't really tell what's important to him because it seems like almost everything is.
Okay.
And he does not have a round box with him.
You don't know. You haven't seen one. There's not one sitting on the table.
Fair.
Um,
And he does not have his mistress with him either. He is sitting
is not
totally
here.
and completely
He is
alone.
by himself.
So as Charles tosses the coin up into the air, I'd like to try and like swat it towards where the guy is. Like I'm trying to catch it out of the air, but like actually swat it towards where this guy is sitting.
Clever.
I'm gonna let you make either a control or a strike roll, your choice.
You're making a physical action.
If there's one thing this kid ain't, it ain't got no nerve. Yeah.
You're about to slap me across the face.
They're both bad.
You don't toss the papes?
I don't toss the papes. I'm more of a hands-on delivery. I will do a strike because that makes the most sense if I'm trying to like swat it. I have no dice in this, so it's dead negative.
Right,
I would like to spend one of my drive, seeing that she's coming, to kind of lean the coin towards her hand as I'm flicking it.
All right. So you are spending a nerve drive to do that. So you get one die instead of having to roll 2 and take the lowest.
Okay. So I just have to hope this one is good. Sure, 'twasn't. It's a 2.
All right. So as you swat this thing, you definitely hit it, but you hit it far harder than you intended, and it goes flying across the room and hits a man in the back of the head. And the guy just kind of turns around and looks down on the ground, sees the coin, picks it up, and puts it in his pocket.
Uh-oh.
Oh, I missed it. That's my money.
Yeah, well, you shouldn't throw it at the back of my head, kid.
I wasn't trying to. I was trying to catch it. I'll trade you a paper for it.
That's yesterday's news.
No. You haven't read the tennis match at page 3.
My goodness.
Tennis. Who plays tennis?
I know. They said that women are gonna play.
Civilized folk, sir, and my young ward here has erroneously discharged this item towards you, and you have my greatest apologies. Allow me to pay for your meal, but that coin has sentimental value for this young person. If we could please have it back.
It was the first coin I ever made selling papes.
All right, Justin, go ahead and make me a sway roll.
first coin I ever made is selling papes.
Okay, so that's one die.
I like
I
Hollis
will
so much.
provide you a drive because I have a couple. So I will
Okay.
give you one of my
And
drives.
you already chimed in about it being your first coin, so there's your
Mhm.
contribution. Yeah.
Here goes. Got a 6.
Nice.
Hey!
He goes, I'm on, my job's covering my expenses, don't bother. And he reaches into his pocket, he pulls out the special coin, and he goes, that hurt, kid. Be careful next time.
Sorry, mister. Can I offer you a pape anyway? Just gives him like big puppy dog eyes.
Sure. You do notice that the man with the crooked nose has tracked this whole thing, and he watched that coin exchange hands from this guy back to you.
Mm-hmm. So I'll hand him a paper, and then turn around towards the guy with the scar and say, "Hey, mister, you want a paper too?"
He doesn't say anything. He just grunts a little bit and shakes his head.
How about a shoe shine?
Yeah. He doesn't say anything. He just waves you off.
The nerve of some people. Just an honest kid out trying to make $1.
It's pretty expensive for a shoe shine.
Holy shit.
wait a minute. That's a lot of money.
He doesn't seem to care or respond to that.
Well, at least I've got my coin back, and I will also flip it into the air.
$1 in 1910 is $32.67.
So as you flip it into the air, you notice that his eyes turn the same kind of white that your friend's eyes turned before, and then they go full white, and then right after they go full white, they come what you would think would be back to normal, except you notice you're staring at her eyes.
Oh,
In his
I hate that.
As you should.
I really hate that. I will try to make it seem like I didn't notice that.
All right, give me a either a hide or a sway, your choice.
I'd like sway. Sway, at least I get one.
I'd like to petition to rename Sway to Swag.
I got a 3.
So he notices, or they notice you notice that.
Watching you.
And you see him stand up from his chair and start moving towards you. What would you like to do?
I am going to stand up and I am going to make an absolute fucking scene. So what I am going to do is I am going to stand up and I am going to pull a crystal ball and tarot cards out of my bag. And I am going to set up and I'm going to set up in a table and I'm going to call very loudly to the rest of the room that I am Adrian Montefort, well-known occultist and master of the art of speaking to the dead and reading the Eastern mystical tarot. And and so I would like to invite anybody here. I'm well known in many fashionable circles. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle I have counted among the many of the great and powerful that have come to me for answers, and so I'm just going to basically make a scene. and try to interpose myself between them and him as much as possible, right? I'm just trying to like get people to come up, and I'm just making a complete and utter like just mess of myself, mostly to be in the way so that they can walk away.
So, based on your description, I'm kind of leaning in two different directions, and I'm fine with either one for your choice. Either it's a sway roll to command people's attention, or it's a move roll to physically interpose yourself. Either one is fine by me. This is a high stakes roll.
Yeah, I will use sway, and I will spend 2 drive here, so I'll have 4 total dice. Use those and add those and do that. Okay, so that's it. I think I've got everything. Yeah, okay. So I have a gilded 4 and a regular 4, so I will take the gilded 4.
Mixed success on a high stake roll. So what that means is you are able to interpose yourself in between your young friend and this large hulking gentleman who is standing up. However, the stress and strain of this is giving you a brain mark. As this is a pretty intense situation. And he stands up, and you are looking into, and you were studying his nose earlier, and now you are seeing this change in his eyes. There's something different about him. You're not quite sure what, because you haven't seen her eyes the way your friend has, but there's definitely something different. You almost feel like you're looking at a different person when you match eyes with this guy.
Unfortunately, since he is the one that is standing up and walking this way, and I have now made eye contact with him, I will flourish my cards at him and say, "My good man, have you come for the tarot?"
He stops.
As we all do.
He looks at you, and very rapidly his eyes go to the white and back to where they were before. So you have now also seen this moment happen. And he immediately turns around and starts walking towards the passenger compartments.
I suppose he is no lover of the mystical arts. And I will fold up my deck and I will put it back in my pocket.
There's a kid on the train. Daddy, I want a card reading. I want a card. Shut up, kid. That's hocus pocus. It's not real. Daddy. You know, there's this. You've definitely drawn more attention than just the one, because that was very big and flamboyant. Yeah. So.
Right. Yeah. I wish I was better at like sleight of hand. I would try to make the crystal glow or something like that, but without actually casting a ritual, I can't do that. So I will just I mean, if anybody actually comes to my table, I will absolutely give them a bullshit tarot reading, like 100%.
Sure.
I would like to surreptitiously follow said large man.
And that's the deal. I'm hoping that I'm making enough of a scene that they can.
All right, so you're gonna head off after him.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so this is a mechanic that's in the game that's used for the DM. So I am placing what's called a countdown die. So there's a certain number of successes that are necessary to achieve your goal.
Okay.
Right. So as you're following him, to stay following him, you're going to have to reach a certain number of successes in order to do so, because he's not necessarily wanting to be followed, etc., etc. Mm-hmm. So this is a pretty mundane task. So the die is set to 3. Every success you get would drop it by 1. You need to get 3 successes to be able to keep up with him before you get 3 failures, which would go in the other direction.
Okay.
So I've got 2 dice, 2 different dice. One set on a 3 and one set on a 4. The 4 is going up. The 3 is going down. So, what would you like to do in order to keep up with this guy? Because he is moving rather rapidly.
someone large like this has heavy footfalls, I'd like to like listen and follow the sound of the movement.
Okay, so as you're trying to not be seen, but you are trying to listen to the footfalls and follow them that way, that would be a straight up survey check.
All right. Double 2.
Oh.
So I would like to use my learn from my mistakes ability. So in listening to the footfalls, I'm not really paying attention to what I'm doing, and I bump into a cart and it rattles, and like, oh yeah, I need to use all my senses at once, not just one, and I'm gonna restore an intuition drive.
Oh, nice. Nice. So yeah, absolutely. The clanking of the cart definitely throws off your ability to hear. So you think he went down. Obviously, there's not too many places he can go, but you're trying to catch up with him quickly enough, but also not be noticed. So.
So in this instance, from listening to actually like trying to find him and follow.
Okay.
Keeping him in line of sight.
All right. So that would be another survey because now you're trying to spot.
And this time I'll use one of the drives that I just got back.
All right.
Got a 6, 3, 4, and 6. So
nice. So yes, you see him kind of go through the car, the next car down. You open the door. You see him entering the far car beyond that. So there are several passenger cars, not knowing which one he's going to go into.
Here's an interesting one. Can I use focus? Because one of the things there says remember. Can I try and like recall the layout of the train to kind of get in to plan where he's going?
I'll do you one better. Go ahead and make me a focus roll, and depending on your results, I'll give you some information.
Okay, this is gilded, so I will roll. Oof. That's a 1 and a 2. The 2 is gilded.
I'm going to remind you that you have resistances if you want to use them. I'm not making you use them, but I'm just reminding you you may have resistances to reroll.
I do have resistance and intuition. Does that let you reroll the whole thing?
You don't get to reroll any drives you spent. You just
get to
reroll the base.
Okay, so I will resistance reroll.
How do you get more resistance? Like if you use...
how do resistances come back?
Yeah.
I have an ability. I have an ability that gives you a resistance back. Like my ritual, I can like so certain abilities and gear will do it. I think.
And I believe.
Wonder if it's in like train, stitch, and refresh. If that's
Resistances are automatically restored when you use the refresh resource between assignments.
Oh, okay.
There you go. I did use my intuition resistance, re-rolled and got a gilded 6.
So that gets you a drive back if you had one to get back, and a full success. So piecing together the information you have of like, I saw that family with the little snotty-nosed boy come out of that compartment, and there's our compartment, and there's the compartment where I heard the child wailing, and blah blah blah. You know, you're piecing together the layout of the train as you're going in, so you've narrowed it down to one of 3 compartments that they could possibly be in at this point, with his movement, where he's moving towards, and your knowledge and remembering what you've seen thus far.
Okay.
That all feels very focusy to me.
Yeah, I'm at 1 failure, 2 successes now. Then I guess the last thing is to just kind of listen as I'm walking past those compartments.
Okay, so you can give me
see if I can hear her voice or his.
Another survey check, absolutely.
Sure. And I will spend a drive. 1, 3, and 6. So got it on the 6.
All right, super success, full success. So with that full success, you definitely hear a female's voice say, "Well, that was unpleasant. We got to be more careful." And then you hear just a grunt. So you definitely know what car they're staying in, or what compartment.
And is there a privy somewhere here that I could just, pretend to go to the bathroom and go back the other way?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm stinking up car 6's privy and coming back to our car 3.
Like you do.
Like you do.
Just crop dusting 6 cars.
All right.
You know how office politics works. You go up to the 3rd floor.
Talk about cryptobiology.
All right, so you're able to gather back with your friends. You did do a few makeshift readings for folks. You seem to have provided some laughter and entertainment and some scoffing for some naysayers and unbelievers.
I cannot believe there are anyone who does not believe in the powers of the tarot.
Boy, Adrian, I got a proposition for you. What if we went into business to help me sell more papes? Buy a pape, get a reading. Huh?
Sure.
Do you not like that idea? I thought it was pretty clever. We'll go into business together.
I also like money.
Whoa. The reading's for free. I'm gonna keep all the money.
Then it does not sound like we are in business together, small child. Sounds like we are in business for you.
Yeah. I'll put your name on the business, though. Adrian's weird tips and readings.
I have often wanted to work for exposure.
He's going to be an Instagram star, but Graham is spelled Gramme.
Nice.
All
right.
So,
what would you like to do now?
Once we circle back into our cabin, I will let them know that we know what cabin they're in. I don't know how we hope to retrieve the item, though.
Well,
does your training in tapes include the larcenous vocation?
The what?
He's asking, do you steal things?
I mean, I'm an orphan.
So yes.
So you steal parents? You steal emotions?
When you ain't got nobody to take care of you, you take care of yourself. And that usually means, lifting off the bottom.
I understand that, but what would you say your proficiency in said talents are?
Real bad. I've been caught every time.
I get caught every day.
Check stat line. Awful. I'm really bad. I can't do that shit at all.
Well then,
0 to 3. I'm at a 0.
So
this is the part of the adventure. This is the part of the adventure where the heroes go, okay, what are we good at? Not the thing we need.
Infiltration is out.
Literally nothing we need to do right now. Yeah.
the funny part is all of our characters are all about finding the information. Now we're like, well, fuck. Now what?
We have a lot of actionable intelligence here. It's too bad we don't have any muscle.
No detective, no criminal, no
space.
slang.
It'd be really wonderful.
No explorer, no soldier.
I mean,
We're not taking it by force.
The best I can do is get a bunch of people out here, just hanging out, making a bunch of noise. Maybe we catch her while she's out of her car and, I can make a scene. Kind of like, old weirdo over here.
I will say that at some personal cost, I can make this knife very painful to magical beings.
Do we think he's a magical being?
No, but she is. He is a poor unfortunate who seems to be caught in her web.
I believe she has mind controlled him.
How do you want to mind control somebody?
Does weird things with his eyes.
Yeah, I saw that. That was...
I believe significant blunt trauma to the temple might undo the control.
Sir, I'm like 4 feet tall. That guy's like 6 feet tall. I ain't hitting nobody in the head.
So, if you were to cause a kerfuffle, we could perhaps infiltrate their room while they are out and about investigating aforementioned kerfuffle.
Yeah, but we also never saw them together, so we don't know if maybe they take shifts watching whatever it is that they got, right? So, like, she was in the car by herself, and he was in the car by himself. So, I mean, I feel like if we're talking magical beings, it might be better to not have her be the one with the item. But also, he's huge. I don't know.
Feel like it could be terrible either way.
Mm-hmm.
If your antics are robust enough, it might lure both of them.
Maybe? I mean, do I...
What are your feelings on arson?
Sir? I don't know what arson is.
In this confined area, if you were to shout fire, it might cause a bit of a panic.
Is that illegal?
At this point in time, it is not illegal, as that regulation does not exist. But I feel that it is something that we are going to develop in the future because of this moment now where we cause a train derailment.
This is the birth of that law.
You're not allowed to shout fire in a crowded train car. I think that's the saying, right? You don't shout fire in a crowded train car.
Exactly.
I mean, yeah, I can totally. I think I can totally do that.
Or help. There's a vulnerable child in danger that is bleeding. Is there a doctor?
I think fire's probably better. I mean, I don't know what your fancy little book says, but if she doesn't like sunlight, I don't know if she doesn't like firelight.
So, good estimation.
Isn't the sun just fire?
There are many schools of thought on that.
Okay.
Did you want to know them?
No,
we don't really have the time.
I've never been to school, and I don't think I'm going to start now.
Unfortunate.
I wish there was a way to catch her when she is asleep.
Do vampires sleep?
They rest in coffins, do they not?
You think she just brought her own coffin onto this train? That'd be kind of weird.
What a coincidence! I did. Your slot.
One of my things.
Folding coffin.
That's hysterical.
I mean, according to the book here, they must sleep in coffins filled with the earth of the country that they're from. That might explain her muddy boots.
Yeah, as you're saying that, the muddy boots kind of feel like that might tie in.
Yeah, she did. Those boots were filthy. I mean, I could start calling, well...
So if she was not asleep in the afternoon, and she is not asleep now, when will she sleep?
I don't know. I feel like the fire could get him out of the room, but also if there's not actually a fire...
Scott, I need some of your nerdy knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
What year was Fellowship of the Rings written?
In the 20s.
Yeah, I was in the 20s.
Early or late? Has
Google
Lord
at
of the
your
Rings
fingertips.
been written at this point?
Gotcha. I mean, technically, we're not necessarily even in that world, but...
Oh, even later than that, 50s.
1954.
54.
Oh, then no. There's an old story I heard where...
You know what gets the people going? Crazy stories about some crazy fucker who was given tarot readings, spewing nonsense about vampires. That
Also
might get her
cocaine.
out of her room. What?
Cocaine also gets people going.
Mister, I don't think we can out it.
You could get tincture of the cocaine at your local druggist. It's the newest thing from Peru.
Marketing your gear.
One brick of sweet Mexican black tar heroin.
Oh my god, a full brick though? That's a lot.
It's like 2 gear slots.
Well, you gotta have one for the dealer and one for the brick.
And you have to make a hide check everywhere you go.
All right.
Not in 1910. You just have just like an actual. You just have a literal. You just go to the drugstore and say, "I would like 1 heroin, please," and they give it to you.
My wife is being a bitch. Give me some heroin.
For both of us and you, heroin all around.
The early 1900s.
Sorry,
were weird.
milk of
This
the puppy.
stream not sponsored by heroin.
Hashtag Eckards.
Hashtag Eckards.
Wow.
All right. Well, what do you think about me, calling people out and getting them to talk about the weirdos and the non-believers and the vampires?
Start spouting nonsense about the occult? Yes.
And then which one of you is going to go into their bedroom?
Both of us?
Okay. Good luck. And I'm going to storm out into the common rooms and start yelling.
All right. So
Hey, gather around. There's a fucking weirdo around here spouting some nonsense about the vampires. They come out and they snatch your children and they eat them. Point at some little kids. Have you seen that weirdo little girl?
no,
And I'm
what
going to
weirdo are you
use
talking
my...
about?
I'm going to use my skill called press conference. So I can spend one cunning to gather a large group of people together to make announcements, ask questions, or stage a distraction. All cunning rolls I make at this assembly take plus 1d.
Okay. All right, so mark off that usage, and you are trying to sway people's attention to cause this distraction. So go ahead and make me a sway roll with that bonus.
And stand. To stand.
This would be standard
Get an
success. Or standard stakes.
Oh, I got a 5 and a 6.
Hey.
Take that 6.
So you take the full success. So you start to gather momentum with this story, and more people are coming around and listening, and this and that, and they start asking you questions about like, who is this person, and vampires aren't real, and then you start to convince them a little bit more, and this and that. So you're starting to create a little bit of a panic, which I assume is the intent.
Yeah. So just trying to get people out, but I'm also trying to be loud enough that I can pull that lady. Like, I want her to hear me talking about these vampires and like knowing that she knows and doesn't necessarily want to be found out. Like, I'm trying to draw her out of her room.
Gotcha. So that's going to take a little bit of time and motion. What are the two of you doing in the meantime?
Obfuscation.
I'm gonna take the coin and
I'm so making a TikTok out of that.
I'm taking the coin and I'm going to put it under a pillow and then put a pillow and a blanket like Hummus is asleep in that bed.
Hollis. That Hollis is asleep. Okay.
That was where I was going with the Fellowship of the Rings thing. Put the coin in the bed, put a pillow in, make it look like she's asleep. He's asleep. They're asleep. In that bed.
Where's the sleep?
And I would like to also reach into my professor's briefcase. Undo the briefcase and reach in and pull out a crowbar.
All right.
And kind of slide it down my arm of my jacket to hold onto it. And then I would like to, with Professor Obfuscation, kind of meander in the halls.
He's not a professor. It's just a mister.
I'm not a, yeah.
It's just Mr.
Meander the halls and hope that they pass us.
Okay.
Yeah,
With
I will.
The intent to be breaking into the car with the crowbar.
I'm going with him.
All right. So as you guys are making these arrangements, you're moving down the cars, you're heading that direction. The crowd's starting to gather. You're starting to get the attention of a couple of the stewards who work on the train, who are trying to calm the crowd down. But so I need you to try to convince them now that they are that they need to be worried, because they're trying to stop your riling up of the people, and they're trying to they're working against you per se.
They're trying to stuffle your kerfuffle.
Right. Buddies, listen, I'm just trying to spread the good word, make sure people's kids don't get stolen and eaten. You should really be listening to me. I mean, vampires, do you want to get bitten?
Go ahead and make me another sway roll with that bonus you have.
Oh, not too drive. guess it. Oh, a 2 and a 6.
Nice. So the guards are kind of like, maybe we ought to start checking things out. I'll gather the others. And they're like, everyone should go back to their rooms, but we're going to look into this. And they disappear. And obviously half of the people start to like move towards their rooms. The other half start to gather around and ask more questions. You are definitely making a scene and causing enough disturbance that it is definitely traveling down car to car as well, and more people are getting involved and getting antsy and whatnot. As you two are moving through, you're actually having trouble moving through the cars a little bit because there's so much excitement going on, but you are definitely able to get where you need to go, and these they have definitely made that. You do notice eventually that the woman has come out of the room and she starts walking down past you.
I'm going to stay as still as possible.
Okay.
Kind of meander.
She's definitely walking in the direction of your friend with a purpose.
I will walk in the opposite direction.
All right.
Towards her car.
Okay. Same for you.
All you gotta do is hit him really hard in the head.
It's a multi-purpose crowbar.
Yeah, I'm worried about the vampire going towards our 14-year-old friend who's all by themselves in the car. He's
There's
not the
people
scary
everywhere.
one. Yeah, she's a monster. Literally. That knows mind control and eats children.
Allegedly.
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I feel like I have
Sean,
enough. I feel like I have enough evidence here to build a case.
What happened to innocent until proven guilty? She hasn't
Once dude's
eaten
eyes
anybody
start
yet.
literally spinning 360 degrees in their sockets, I tend to like take it.
So you have that choice. You could follow behind her and go back the way you came, or continue on with your professor friend.
I'm gonna keep going with the plan because that was the plan.
All right.
But I'm not happy about it.
All right.
Guys, I've hit all 3 illumination keys.
Nice.
I have definitely acted bizarre.
Yes, you have. Yes, you have. I think that was the
I've
only
mentored
one
an
you were
ally.
shooting for.
I have referenced research, and I have made a plan.
I've gathered statements and hunted down a lead. I don't know what speak truth to power means, but I feel like I'm speaking
Like the
truth
man.
right now.
I have a feeling it's about to come up.
I have not collected any oddities, but I have consulted arcane texts, and I have certainly acted bizarre.
Yeah, you're getting close. You guys are doing good. All right, so you make it to the door of the cabin, the two of you. Right around the same time, Amanda, you get to see that the woman has entered she's at the entryway into the car that you're in, standing there staring daggers at you. So, let's go to the car door, shall we? What would you like to do?
Open the car door.
It is locked.
I didn't ask if it was locked. I said I want to open it.
Okay, and how are you planning to do so?
I would like to
It's a
kick the door
crowbar.
open with the crowbar.
Okay. So if you're thinking of brute strength, I would say strike. If you're thinking of more using your understanding of how doors might be made, I would say control. Your choice.
I would like to use control.
Okay.
And I think this is going to be pretty high stakes.
Oh
so
yeah, we're in high stakes territory pretty much from here on out, guys.
I'm going to use a drive
All right.
and another drive.
Fair enough.
I don't have any drive to help you with finesse.
To give
or
me a
with
total
nerve,
of 3
unfortunately.
dice, one of which is gilded. Roll. Roll. Damn it. The hell? 1.
Sometimes
2,
you have
3.
to close it and reopen.
Okay. 1, 3, and 5. The 1 is gilded. I will not be taking a 1 gilded. I will be taking the 5.
All right. So you wedge the crowbar in. You pull use some leverage and your understanding of how these doors slide, and you are able to pop it open. And just as you do so, you see a fist coming for your face and take one body as you this
Big
giant
meaty fist.
big meaty fist just connects right with your jaw. Boom.
Yeah.
And you're right there as well, Sean. So you can obviously you see this happen.
Yeah, you got punched in the face. It sucks.
I sure was witnessing that.
I saw the whole thing happen, officer.
Right.
Punched him right in the face.
I would like to retaliate in the way that only a nerdy cryptozoology professor could, and I would like to strike him in the testicles with the crowbar.
Okay. I think that would be a strike roll.
Indeed. I have no dice.
Okay.
So I'm going to go ahead and use the stamina training
Yeah.
to
From
get
the circle.
1 gilded die.
All right.
So to learn from my mistake,
Uh-oh.
maybe being a 50-year-old professor from Oxford University, you don't get in melee combat with 6 feet tall vampire thralls, because they outmatch you incredibly so. And I'd like to get my drive back in nerve, but I got a 2.
So a failure. So
You have learned a lesson, though.
I'm about to.
As you do this, he sidesteps out of the way with amazing speed that you wouldn't expect someone of his size to do as he sees this coming up for his crotch. And you're on the upswing. So that thing just comes flying back and you hit yourself right across the forehead and take another body.
So he's sidestepped, so he's kind of back into the room at this point a little bit. So I will pull out my ritual knife, and I will, with great finesse, put it between his ribs.
All right. So you step into the room, and you can give me a. Let's see. This is either a strike or a control. However you want to handle that.
It's almost as though I worded that specifically with the word finesse, as though I wanted to use
well
control.
Played. Well played.
Weird. I don't have any drives for this, but I do have 2 dice in control.
All right.
So I will just let this roll. I got a 6.
Excellent. Full success.
And a 2, but I got a 6.
Yeah, so that 6, that full success, that knife drives right in between 2 ribs. You hear him grunt in pain, and he seems to get angrier. but he is definitely. You have taken some of his speed and agility and reaction away as he is having to favor that side of his body. You start to see him start to do that. At this time, go ahead.
I was going to say, out of curiosity, did she do anything when this happens?
I'll get to you in a second because this is
Oh,
simultaneous, right? So the two of you, please, both of you, make me a survey roll.
Nope. I'm not good at that.
This is just medium stakes. This is not high stakes.
4.
Mixed success. Okay.
We're gonna roll 2 and take the lowest, a 4 and a 5. So hey, there you go.
Both of you got mixed success. So you both see that in amongst their cabin, there's a couple of places. You're not sure which, but there's only a couple of places that in this compartment they could be hiding something the size of what you saw in your dream and what was described to you in the dream. So it's either underneath the 2 benches. Those are possibilities, or there's one overhead compartment that has a little latch on it. So there's only like a few choices of where this thing could be in this room. It is not on his body. His cloak is off. His jacket's off. He's in his vest and shirt. There's nowhere to hide, so he doesn't have it. Unless she took it with him, which you didn't see her pass with it in her hand. Mm-hmm. There's only a couple of places it could be.
Is there a window in this compartment?
Yes. The shade's down, though.
I just try to pull the shades. I try to rip the shades off, take them down, make sure there's no way to put the shades back up. I want this room to be bathed in sunlight.
Okay. Make me either that would be a move or a strike.
I'm bad at both, so we'll try move because at least I get 1 die. All right.
While he's doing that, I would like to be looking under or between the under the seats, between the seats.
Okay.
No.
So he kind of blocks your path from getting to that, so you're unable to rip down the open compartment.
That's fair.
Give me a survey roll to look underneath the seats.
Okay. I will spend a drive, which will give me 3 total dice.
Okay.
1, 4, 5. I'll take the 5.
Okay. So you start to look, and you think you're seeing something, and you put yourself down to where you can see, and you actually spot that it's underneath the bench on the left-hand side, but because you had to crouch so far to see it, you catch out of the corner of your eye that you have given this guy an absolute crazy easy shot to slam you in the head, and he's about to take it. We're gonna cut right there. Back to Amanda for a second, as that ham fist is going back up to smack into you. Amanda, so you come into you see her come in, and she says, "Enough!" in a voice that penetrates the room, and everybody shuts up. And she says, "You've got my attention, little one." And everybody in the car starts to back away from this woman. They're morbidly looking and curious, but also nervous as hell. What would you like to do?
Repeat.
Who looks like is there somebody in the car currently who looks real big, beefy, somebody who looks strong and willing to protect me?
So to find that out, let's see, I would say that's a read roll to see if you can read that level of information. Some of it you'll get no matter whether you succeed or not, but this is high stakes.
Okay. Got a 1 gilded and a 4.
So the 4 would be a mixed success.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so mixed success, high stakes roll. You looking around, you do see a couple of people. One guy looks like he might be like a retired firefighter or policeman. He's kind of burly. He's got that look and feel and stereotypical haircut about him that you think he might be someone who would be possibly more heroic.
Okay.
And there's another guy who doesn't quite look as maybe trained or expert like, but he definitely looks physically fit. So you have 2 options there of people to possibly get on your side. However, the stress of this moment gives you a brain bleed or a brain mark.
Yeah. Okay.
Mark.
A brain
Hate that.
mark, right.
Okay. I am going to run. Which of the 2 men are farthest away from her?
The one that's closest to her, it looks to be the guy that looks physically fit, and he seems to be not interposing himself, but he's not backing off at the speed others are, right? So he feels, you could tell he's got a sense of a little more confidence about him. The other guy's much further away, but looks more capable.
Right. Okay. So I'm
In
gonna
his
run to
demeanor.
the further away guy. And just kind of hide behind him. Oh, Mister, please! That lady's very scary. I think she might be the vampire.
Go ahead and give me a
Sorry, the accent is so hard.
She's an umpire?
give me a sway. Give me the sway roll with again. This is still the same scene as your bonus. So
Yeah. So get the that one. If I use a resistance, I get to just re-roll.
unless
Okay.
but you don't get to add any bonuses that you would have or any friends would have given you. Obviously, you don't have friends in this moment.
Right.
Right.
But I would still get the bonus from my press comp.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to use my resistance and cunning to re-roll this because I failed both rolls. Much better. So I got a 2 and a 5.
All right, mixed success. So the guy says, "Yes, stay behind me." She does not look like she looks extremely dangerous. I can protect you, but you have to stay here. Meanwhile, that moment in time, as his attention is drawn to you, she moves rapidly forward and gets right up on him.
Oh, no. That's bad.
You're gonna die, mister. I'll see you in the papes tomorrow.
I see her move up, and I'm just like, Mister, pay attention.
All right. So,
We didn't talk about how to kill one of them, did we?
Nope.
Fuck. I asked.
Nope.
You got an answer. It was, yeah, theoretically. And we started joking about that, and then didn't actually tell you what the theoretically answer was.
Right. So as you say that to him, to give him, I'll let you make another sway roll to get his attention where it needs to be to protect himself.
Great. I'm gonna use my last drive in
All right.
cunning for this.
Feels like a smart time.
Yeah. So nerve-wracking. Case. Right. 2 standard. Oh, thank goodness. So it was a 2, 2, and a 6.
Oh, nice. Full success. So you say, Mister, look out, hurry up. And he turns and he brings his arm up. And you could tell this guy's had some sort of formal fight training as he brings his arm up just as she reaches for his throat. And he knocks her arm away and he punches her center in the chest. And she reels back. She reels back like 2 feet and then immediately moves right back where she was in this flash of insane, unhuman-like speed. I'm going to cut back to the other guys.
So here's the great thing about being a tweed-wearing professor from the 1910s.
Uh-huh.
They just happen to keep chalk in their pocket.
Oh, nice! Pocket sand!
I'm totally going to crack the chalk in my hand, turn and blow it to make him hopefully miss cracking me over the head.
All right, so I would say that this can be either a move or control, your choice.
They're the same, so one is gilded, so I guess they're not the same. I will choose control. I will spend my...
Hold on. Or hide. For sleight of hand.
I will choose control. I will spend my drive.
Fair enough.
Roll. Is a 3 and a 4 the same level of success?
3 is a failure. 4 is a success.
So I'll take the 4 non-gilded.
4 is a mixed success.
Right. 4 non-gilded.
All right. So with the mixed success, you are able to completely put this cloud up into the room, right? Which has definitely affected his ability. He swings and misses you. However, you also are having trouble seeing, and you start choking a little bit on the dust as some of it is blown back in your face.
Mm-hmm.
You're a little bit disoriented. That might affect your next action. In the meantime, Sean, what would you like to do?
Well, no, I don't have pocket chalk because I've already had pocket tarot cards and a pocket knife and also a reference book. So I have 3 items already. I don't have no more. But what I do still have is a very long bladed dagger. And so while he is coughing and wheezing and choking and no longer kind of blocking my path, I would like to very deftly cut.
That's one.
That's one. Nice. Nice.
The shades of the room down.
Okay. So go ahead and give me a strike or control, your choice.
I wonder which one I will pick. Please work. 2 and a 5. We'll take the 5.
All right, mixed success. So in this, you cut down the thing, and the thing falls to the ground. The room is bathed in the exterior light from the through the shade. You are seeing that sun is setting as that goes, but there is
no.
There is
sun's going down, big guy.
There is still some sunlight. However, your mixed success, as you do so, as the blade goes across and hits the edge of the window, it clatters out of your hand and falls down underneath one of the seats.
That's a terrible place to have it. That's the worst place for a knife in a knife fight.
Yes.
Not in your hand.
On the floor.
When someone's about to go blindly reaching under the seat for something.
Mm-hmm.
Which is exactly what's happening. Is I'm gonna immediately roll and start patting, trying to find this thing.
All right.
Which is also good because it might, in my dream, be protected by magic spells. And if it was flashing, I was going to tell you to not touch it, but you can't see that, so hopefully it doesn't kill you when you touch it. I do have the incantation to turn it off, but.
So, you're gonna reach underneath there. So this is either survey or focus.
I will pick focus.
Or if you are willing to open yourself up to the magic, you can use sense.
I will choose focus.
Okay. I just want everyone to realize that sense is the one thing that really is about magical auras, and you know this item is an artifact, right? So
I do have 1 in sense, but I have 2 and gilded in focus.
makes sense. I mean, makes focus.
And I will spend my last intuition drive. And get a 4 and a 2, 4, and 5. The 4 is gilded, which is the same as a 5, so I would get a drive back.
Yep.
Okay.
So you take the gilded 4 for a mixed success.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So this is high stakes rolls. I said that before. So your hand reaches under, and you're feeling around for it, and you definitely hit this wooden box in your hand. However, your finger touches something on the box, and the lid itself of the box pops open in your hand. So you do have the box. However, you and your friend both take a bleed, as you are now exposed to the magical aura that is inside of this box.
Does the big guy also take a bleed?
If that were important, yes. I mean, he's obviously affected by it.
But it's in my possession now.
It is. It is in your hand. You haven't seen what's in the box yet, but you have the box in your hand, and you felt the lid snap open by a press of a button, and immediately this wave of magic kind of washed over you, and you feel it's.
So, kind of grit my teeth, and as I'm pulling it back, try and like force the lid back closed.
Okay. Yeah, that's easy enough to do. That's no roll or anything else. You're easy enough to snap it back closed if you want. But you do have it.
And I was, hoping that the big guy would have been taken care of by now, but someone was too concerned with the drapery.
I mean, he had the right idea.
Look, when the vampire comes running back in here, you're going to be glad that the fucking windows are open. I'm just saying.
I'm about to go out that window.
That was plan B.
Actually, is this the type of train that has, like, ladders on the outside?
Sure.
Sure, he says. Why not? Kill yourself on the outside of a fucking train.
I mean, we have to get out.
Your next mission is to retrieve the artifact from the body on the side of the train track.
Sir Charles Becker. I would like to make a run for it.
All right. So, give me a move roll. However, I'm going to take away a die because the physical aspect of you being on the ground and having the effect of the chalk in your eyes and whatnot. So it's a move with -1 die.
Cool. That puts me at 0. So I'm going to roll 2 and take the lower. So, I have good news and I have bad news. The good news is I rolled a 6.
Yeah, the bad news is
I rolled a 1.
Yeah.
So you slip and fall, and you realize that your pant leg is actually caught on the metal rail underneath the chair, and you can't get free in this particular moment.
Fucking tweed.
In this particular moment.
Fucking tweed. So yeah, I'm pulling at the leg, trying to get out, stuck in this situation.
Sean.
He's got the artifact.
You see your friend's got it clutched in one hand, and he's trying to get away, but something catches. You see his leg snag.
I'd like to try to use the artifact Just that's kind of unhinged, and I don't think I could actually get there. So,
I mean, nothing's stopping you.
I
Just
mean,
grab it and yell Baba Booey.
I mean, what I know is what she said when she got it.
What could go wrong saying unknown Latin phrases?
Yeah, I can just
evil
scream
artifact.
gibberish at it and pick it up, right? It's not necessarily an evil artifact. We've been asked to bring it back. It's just magic. Like, I don't know.
But magic is bad.
Tell that to the occultist. Oh wait, you did. I don't really know what the artifact is, though, and I might be pulling out like a watering can, you know. So it's the smart thing to do is to grab my ritual knife. So that is what I am going to do. I am going to grab the knife that I dropped, and if possible, I'm going to cut Captain Tweed there loose.
Okay. So
I'm glad you said loose.
all right. So that will either be a survey or a move to get the knife.
Both are bad. Let's go with survey. I am
So when we play this again, we need to have somebody with some physical characteristics.
I have good control. I just don't have any drives in it. I have 2 for control. So I've been trying to do everything deftly.
Definitely maneuvers as fast as he can.
Yeah, they're amazing in concert, by the way. They opened for themselves and played like a 2.5-hour show. It was incredible.
That's awesome.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and the lead singer was like, "I'm sorry that it's such a low intensity show. I'm like battling a head cold or whatever." It's like, bro, you've been playing for 3 hours. Like, what do you mean? Sorry for the show.
Right,
like, Anyway, they were really great. Okay, so I am going to spend 2 drive on this to actually get 2 dice.
All right.
Because I don't have any dice in survey, but I've got a fuckload of drive and intuition. So that's how I'm going to make this work. So I'm going to roll these.
5 mixed success. So you are able to get to the knife. However, he sees what you're trying to do, and he brings his knee up as you're going down for the knife, and he hits you across the stomach with his knee. You'll take a body.
Rude. This was supposed to be obfuscation.
But you got the thing, and you did say the next action was to try to cut your friend free. So go ahead and you can give me a control roll for that.
Thank you. As I do this with finesse.
Mm-hmm.
Not very much finesse, though, because a big 3 is the highest die I roll.
Oof.
So not able to cut him free.
So you bring the knife down slowly and carefully as you think you can, but something about the chalk dust in the air maybe or something has changed the angle of the blade, and you put a body mark on your friend as the knife goes into his leg.
Quick question.
Uh-huh.
What happens when you're at 3 of 3?
Nothing. It's when you go to 4 of...
Okay, so the 4th one is the scar.
I'll double check that because this is the first time I'm running this game.
When I hit the plus button, the plus button switched to scar, so the next one I press is scar.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So, do marks and scars. A character can sustain 3 marks in each. Whenever you would take a mark in a category that already has 3 marks, you drop incapacitated. So you're beat the fuck up right now. Hopping back to the other car, she immediately zips right back to him. What do you do?
Okay. I have a series of events that I need to happen in a specific order, but I also have a question on if I do. So here's what I would like to do. I'm gonna pat my body down in a panic and pull out a pencil. The last item I have on my body is a pencil.
You have a pencil.
And I would like to, if the GM will allow it, to read her body language to kind of see how she's telegraphing her movements. And I would like to, if you will let me, have an advantage on a strike to try and stab her with my pencil.
Okay, so you're going to take a moment and you're going to assess the situation and try to read how she moves and try to understand the physicality of this creature that is moving faster than normal. So you're really taking a moment to concentrate on that. I love that idea. Give me a read roll.
Okay. Also, hello, Raiders! We just got raided by Stargana.
Awesome. So go ahead and give me a read roll.
Okay.
High stakes. High stakes.
Yeah, Yep. Okay, so read roll. And I have pretty good in read. Throw up. I rolled a 5 and a 6. The 5 was gilded, but I'm taking that 6.
Okay, you're
I'm
taking the
6.
Okay, take the full success. So yeah, you absolutely positively get a read on how she's moving, and you feel like you know how to time a strike on her. What that will do, what I will say that will do, is that will give you a bonus die on your strike.
Good, because I have 0. So what I am going to do...
We are the right one.
I will let you do control also.
I mean, you're both 0.
Okay.
We are the right characters for this job.
Yep.
I'm a child.
I love it.
I'm a professor.
Yeah,
he's a weirdo.
That's the kind of cool thing about this game is if you lean into who your character actually is and play it that way, the rules actually make a lot of sense.
Yeah. Okay, so she's going to take her pencil as she's, kind of read her body, and she's going to try and stab it like into her neck. Well, how tall is she?
She's about 5'6", 5'7".
Okay, so I probably can't reach her neck. I'm just going to try and stab it into her side, like where I assume like the heart would be, like what side her heart would be on. Try and stab for the heart area. So I'm going to use my bonus dice. I'm going to use my drive dice. And if our team will let me, I would like to use the last stamina training dice because I'm going to die.
I'm okay with you.
I don't think that. No, I don't think this is I don't think killing the vampire is like an important enough part of this adventure to. Yeah.
I mean, I just got stabbed, so I kind of want that die for me.
Yeah, I'm gonna put gauze.
Of course, use it.
I'm gonna put gauze on him, and I'm gonna. Yeah, I think we're gonna need that gilded die.
Terrible.
So this is an extra gilded die.
Yes. So I have 2 regulars and a gilded.
Sounds like a plan.
Dice, don't fuck me now. I got 2 4s and a gilded 6.
Nice. 6 would give you a drive back, if you have drive in that category.
Yep, I did. I used it.
Full success. So this pencil kind of, you take that swing, you come up underneath the arm of this gentleman who you still don't even know his name, but you come up from underneath his arm and you just kind of stab upwards, and that pencil just kind of pierces into her flesh where you would expect a level of resistance of, and blood and that kind of thing. You're kind of shielding yourself for that. There's none of that. The pencil slides right in, and she just screeches and wails as you do that, and she reels backwards, and she starts clawing at the wall and trying to get the hell out of there.
Did I do it, mister?
It's like,
is she dead?
What? That's not dead.
I don't know. I've never killed anybody before.
You still haven't.
The count remains at 0.
Stab him with the pencil again.
You say that to him?
Yeah.
Make me a sway roll.
Okay, I still get my bonus.
I love how you get a bonus to commit murder on my behalf, mister. Come on.
I'm just a baby. Kill for me.
I didn't hear that song in Newsies. I watched that musical a few times now, and "Murder 'Em for Me, Mister" it hasn't come up yet.
It was in the direct-to-video sequel.
It's in the extended cut.
Yeah.
Newsies 2, the newsening.
A 4 and a 6.
Nice. So he just kind of goes, oh god, and he just rushes forward at her, and he throws another punch that hits her on the side of the face, and then he reaches to her chest to shove at the pencil, and she reaches up and she grabs his hand, but in that moment she goes, not yet, and she, in this burst of energy, just transforms into this swarm of bats that flit through the entire car and out through the through a vent near the ceiling, and they all just kind of pile through that and disappear. At that moment, back in your car, the guy just drops to a knee, looks back up. Where the hell am I?
I'm bleeding! I've been stabbed!
I hope your neighbors can't hear you.
I will just kind of like wipe my knife very carefully on the sleeve of my quarter cape and put it away and say, "You are currently."
Cat butt.
Cat butt.
You are currently in a train car going between Old Fair and West End.
How in the hell did I get here?
Why did you punch me?
I don't know.
Do you remember meeting a black-haired woman, perhaps?
Yeah, she bought me drinks, and
How long ago was that? Where were you?
I don't know how. What's today?
Date.
Whatever today is.
Exclamation point date.
And he says, that was 2 years ago.
Oh no.
I gotta lie down.
It might
Me
be
too.
the blood, and I'll kind of take my cape off. Here, you could probably, bind you. I do apologize for stabbing you, but you were trying to kill my friend there. So, even Stephen?
I suppose none of this makes any sense.
So, Scott,
I get that a lot.
in world building sense, would this be an instance kind of like in Men in Black, we'd take him back to be deprogrammed? Or this would be a recruitment?
Yeah, exactly. This might be a we can help you kind of situation. That would be a personal choice. Obviously, you guys can do whatever you would want. But if your character would be like, hey, this guy needs to be talked to and explained to, and we have people that can explain this, you might befriend him and try to do that. Absolutely. Absolutely.
My college has crisis counselors that we can discuss this with you.
Right. Exactly. So long story short, because I know we've gone a little long, so as you wrap this up, the question is, do you look in the box?
I do.
What's in the box?
I absolutely do, 100%.
So-
My other illumination key is collect oddities. I'm 100% looking in that box.
So you look in this box and you realize that what is actually in this box is a wooden stake that is infused with bleed.
Of course.
So
Would have been the perfect thing to pull out of that box and stab her with.
Right. So anyway, so yes, if this was campaignish, we would take this moment now and look through and see what illuminations everybody hit, etc., etc.
All three of them. If that's an oddity, I have consulted arcane texts, I have collected oddities, and I have sure as shit acted bizarre.
Right.
I have mentored an ally, I have referenced research, and I have made a plan. We don't know what speak truth to the power is.
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
Well, in theory, what that means is like you if there was somebody more powerful than you would confront them and not back down.
Oh. Well, I sure didn't do that because I sure did hide behind a civilian.
Correct. But that doesn't, I mean, this is an ongoing thing until you hit it, you hit it. You know what I mean? So,
right. But I've hit 2 out of 3.
Absolutely.
2 out of 3,
you guys hit 6, 7, 8 out of 9. That's huge. Right?
Yeah.
And the circle,
that contributes to our circle illumination level, right? And that gives us like circle levels, which then help us level up.
Right. So the circle illumination is, I'm trying to find it in here.
This is a really fun system, by the way. I've had an absolute ball
I've had
tonight.
so much fun.
This has been ridiculously.
It's been a
ridiculously good time. Yeah, I can't wait to play more of this.
Yeah. So I'd have to look it up and see exactly how many you would need
not a problem.
To go up or whatever, and when leveling would happen and whatnot. But this would be a reset where you guys would then spend, because I was doing it all intentionally to be one night, but this would be a reset where you would get to then burn those resources to get drives back or whatever and all that kind of stuff.
I spent a lot of drives and I got like 5 marks over the course of the evening in various and sundry of the categories. We got beat up.
Yeah, and the thing about it is like I play that game of your actions and your threats and your choices and all of that. I'm not sitting here tracking how many marks I've given to any person. Right? Like that. Oh, I almost put Justin down.
Yeah, I was at 3 body marks.
Right. So, and that can easily happen in one fight, like you saw, that kind of thing. So, yeah, it's a lot of fun. I enjoy the narrative nature of this. I like the free formness of it, and I like the mechanics that are there. I really enjoy being able to help each other in the ways that we can help each other, because that's nice resource sharing. I really enjoy it. It's a lot of fun. So
we're back to Finding Purchase next week, right?
Yes, we'll be back to our Finding Purchase campaign next week. As we should have everybody back. I will be back from my last show and or my next show. And we'll be back on schedule. So, all right.
Not for nothing, but that will be my birthday weekend. So
kill him.
So kill another character. Got it.
You got it.
All right, everybody. We had a lot of fun. We're Dicey Decisions. I hope you enjoyed this and maybe introduced Candela Obscura to you guys in a way that makes you want to go try it. So otherwise, we'll catch you all later and see you next week at our normal time, normal campaign.
Deuces.